can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind and Soul.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Om Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online episode, Yoga and Meditation for Body, Mind, and Soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I, your host, Amrita Sharma, I welcome you to this episode of Yoga and Meditation. To kickstart a blissful 2026, we are here with you again to take up another beautiful episode, but the episode which is to give you tips on wellness and well-being through yoga, meditation, and lot more. And therefore, before we talk about this, let's start with the Gayatri Mantra. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath, joining your hands together, calming yourself down, as the subtle prana moves in, chanting Om. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome. 2026 January. A lot of resolutions, a lot of hope, a lot of expectations, and also some tips to get better every year. I think when the new year starts and the year ends, we all think about what better we can do for ourselves, what better we can do for our near and dear ones. And the first priority is our own health. And counting that and realizing how blessed we are to be what we are as human beings, it's always great to thank God for what He has given us. And that's why the legacy that we have of yoga, for which the whole world celebrates yoga, talks about yoga, understands the essence of yoga. And so, living a yogic life, living a pure life, gives you a lot of resilience to fight not only the odds of life, but also for others as well. So, you become a soldier who's fighting for the nation. And that nation can be your family, that nation can be your surrounding, your friends, you yourself, or anybody else. And that's why, to build in a strong foundation of who you are yourself, today's episode is specially dedicated to empower an individual through the tips of yoga and meditation. Yoga and meditation that so many people now have adapted as a type of lifestyle, and so many people also have benefited from it from across the globe, talking about what is special about such a thing that is very natural, very serene, yet beautiful, and also is derived from the laws of nature. And that's why this union of yoga, where yoga's chitta vritti nirodha is one of the essence that yoga brings, that covers all the modifications of our mind to one point, which is me, myself, pure consciousness. And that consciousness can be met, can be listened to through many ways. And that's why today, in today's episode, we have brought for you our experts who will give their tips, guidance, as well as lot many things to share with you, to share with you. So sit down on the floor or bind up yourself on a couch or a chair, and here we go. For that, today I'm also very glad to welcome our first guest as well as our co-producer of so many episodes, and especially of yoga and meditation episode from Croatia, our wellness expert from Wellbeing Academy, Alexandra. Global namaste and a very warm welcome, Alexandra.
Global namaste to Healing Our Earth family. I apologize, my voice is a little bit weak. I just recovering from cold. But if I just may say, Dr. Amrita, the Tyo Gayatri mantra brings me years after, I mean, we have been almost 6 years now doing this. And every time you chant it, it's like something really happens. And maybe, if not now, maybe throughout the episode, if you could tell us more about the legacy, who taught you? Because I think it's very different when I say it, but when you say there is something just happens. So I would like to know more about that if possible, because that prayer, as you said, as yoga also brings light, like just really, like just brings light, into the cells of the body, into the mind, into the spiritual world. And hopefully this episode will also deal with all levels of our existence, that consciousness that you mentioned, the physical needs. And I think the guests are here, they're just joining. I see them coming in, and Anishit is letting them in. So I would really like to welcome everyone, and hopefully we will all gain something and also give something, because that's like really important in life. We have two hands to give and to receive. So thank you so much for a wonderful introduction, Dr. Amrita.
Absolutely. And Alexandra, that's what is life about, to gain something and to give something. And that's what is the cycle of karma. And yoga is all about all this. And that is why today we have our first guest, and we warmly welcome her from Israel. Hey there. Hey there, Global Namaste. A very warm welcome to you. Um, you have been practicing yoga. Kindly unmute yourself. And therefore, it is always been one way or the other that we see, as we have in different parts of the world, beautiful people joining in who have been practicing for years, who have recently joined. Some of them have new experiences, some of them are already in this journey experiencing this. So what is your message for today, for the people who are into it, and how they can kickstart 2026? Over to you. Thank you.
What a beautiful question. Global namaste and happy new year to all again. I would offer to anyone, wherever they are on the path, whether it be yoga or meditation or whatever pursuit really kind of calls your soul, is to approach it and to arrive at each session of practice as a beginner. Beginner's mind being a really key element of staying curious and staying compassionate, staying connected to grace. And more than anything, especially as I get older, appreciating the humility that it invites to enter everything, especially any spiritual practice or movement practice, with a beginner's mind, truly with a beginner's mind. That would be my offering. Wherever you are on the path, whether you're just beginning a meditation practice, a yoga practice, or whatever is calling to you right now.
Wonderful. So please tell our viewers what you have lined up for today. Over to you.
Sure, wonderful. So today we'll be diving into a bit of a meditation and visualization connected to the acorn theory. The acorn theory was presented back in 1997, by James Hillman. James Hillman was a protege of Carl Jung, the famous psychologist and founder of many things. But the beauty of Hillman was the fact that he became ultimately the founder of archetypal therapy, of archetypal psychotherapy, and just kind of continued this thread of archetypal use in psychology. that Jung had really kind of opened the doors to. So one of his key theories is the acorn theory, and the basic premise of it is that we each carry within us an acorn, and this acorn holds within it the blueprint for becoming an oak, for the journey, the twists, the turns, the assaults on the system that will ultimately lead to the growth and expansion into an oak tree. So the acorn carries the essence, the blueprint for each of us of what we need to become our own unique expression of the oak tree. So we'll do a little bit of a meditation and visualization to play with and explore this through a multisensory lens, because I do love to work with all of the senses. So I invite you to get comfortable if you're not already in that space, and just take a few natural breaths. Allow yourself to really land, to really arrive on this Sunday afternoon or morning, wherever you are in the world, and just connect to the natural rhythm of your breath. Letting it rise and letting it fall. And letting the breath really root into your sits bones. Feeling that expansion in the sits bones as you really root into this particular practice. And I invite you to imagine beginning with the end in mind, beginning with this vision of an oak tree, and allowing the oak tree, this vision of the oak tree, this expression of an oak tree, to kind of sit right along your spine, feeling into the branches, to the leaves, to the interaction of the leaves in whatever wind may be rustling by. But really inviting this connection to the sensation of an oak tree along your spine. Feeling the different textures and shapes and extensions and expansions of the branches, of the limbs, the different shapes of the leaves, and allow a descent from the canopy of this particular oak tree that is an expression of you. Let it move down and descend down the branches, down the limbs, cascading down to the trunk of the tree, and feeling any echo in your spine, feeling the echo of this descent in your spine, and letting it activate the spine as you connect with this descent down your individual oak tree. Feeling the sap, the interior of the tree, and connecting to the sap that runs, the blood of the tree in many ways. Feel the energy and the power of this river of life that flows and descends in the tree, in your individual oak tree. And continue down further until you get to the trunk, the literal trunk, right before the roots, and feel into the sturdiness and the stability of this trunk of your oak tree. Connecting with it in a multisensory sort of way. What shapes do you feel? What textures do you sense? What temperatures exist in this trunk of the tree as you're getting closer to the earth? And from that space of the trunk, coming down into the roots of this oak tree that are essentially extending down into your sacrum, what would be the equivalent in your body of the sacrum. And feeling the energy and the power, the nourishment that the roots afford. And allowing your attention to go even further down, just a bit, just below the base of your sacrum, where an acorn sits. The acorn that ultimately birthed this tree that you've just descended down. We began with the end, and now we're kind of involuting down to the origins of the tree. And let yourself just sit with this acorn at the base of your spine, at the base of your sacrum. It might even correlate specifically to your coccyx, to your tailbone. Let the location of this acorn within your spine reveal itself, and let it be true for you. Just take a moment to sit with this acorn, seeing it with your eyes, beholding its curves, its shape, its different textures. Start to engage with it through your senses. So seeing it with your eyes, acknowledging the shape and the contours of it, of this unique acorn that is uniquely expressive of who you will become and who you are in a conscious act of becoming right now. Allow yourself to smell the acorn. What does it smell like? Is there an earthy sort of flavor to it that you can access with your nose? Feeling its connection to the earth. And can you taste some element of it? Maybe it has a particular taste, something that carries a fondness from your childhood. Caramel is coming to mind right now for me, for whatever reason. So let it have a taste. Let the taste of this acorn that is uniquely yours and that carries the essence, that carries the blueprint of your act of becoming, this conscious act of becoming that you're currently engaging with. Let that taste reveal itself. And let's dive into the sound of this individual acorn, with the engagement with your senses just being an opportunity and an invitation to really just connect with this embodiment, this representation of the essence of you and your soul. And letting that be part of this navigation system, this internal compass that we all ultimately have a connection to and that we can always source when needed. It becomes a little sanctuary that we can always reference and orient ourselves to, no matter what travails and terrors we may face in our lives. What sound does that acorn carry if you were to give it a little shake? Is there a sound that accompanies it? Is there a percussive sound? Is it soft? Is it soothing? What's the sound of your acorn? And while exploring the sound, engaging with touch in your mind's eye, but really living it as a sensorial experience, picking up the acorn and feeling it, holding it, and touching it. What does the texture of it feel like? What are the contours, the bumpiness, the smooth elements of the acorn? What does it feel like in your system? As if you're holding the physical embodiment of your soul within your hand. What does that feel like? And just let yourself sit with all of these kind of multi-sensory sources of engagement with the acorn, using your senses as a way to connect to the blueprint that's carried within your unique acorn, that's informing the growth of this tree, this oak tree that extends along your spine. The more you connect through the senses, the more clear it becomes in terms of a navigational system. And breathing into the acorn, allowing the universe to breathe through you and into the acorn, as if the acorn can express breath and be expressed by breath as well. and honoring that within this little acorn, there is this blueprint of all of the traumas, little t and big t traumas that you've experienced in this life. There's an expression of it, a sacred geometry that the acorn carries within it. The assaults that ultimately will serve as activations as you step into a path of awakening. The floods of water that initially overwhelm the acorn, but the acorn is ultimately able to find a balance and resilience from it. Letting it be a metaphor, playing with these metaphors of the different paths and experiences we've each had in our lives that have been challenging or uncomfortable, and recognizing that it is all contained within the acorn. That it's like a map. We're remembering and holding the map within our hands when we hold and connect with the acorn. And recognize that everything that has ever happened has just offered an opportunity to navigate your own individual map and ultimately find your soul's purpose. However uncomfortable and frightening it may have been at the time, there's a map that's ultimately revealing itself and is burgeoning into this beautiful oak tree that follows your spine. So let yourself just sit with it and be with the power that's contained within this little acorn. This acorn that holds it all, that has its own sanctuary, this protective cover, this protective shell that holds this map for you, your individual soul. And I invite you to bring both hands up and just gently kind of cover the acorn as a conscious gesture of protecting the integrity of the acorn that sits at the base of your spine, that's nourished on some level by the cerebral spinal fluid that gets regenerated every day. That cerebral spinal fluid being just like the sap in a tree. So feeling that sort of protective cover, and then a watery cover around the acorn is protective. And let that sense of protection and sense of safety offer comfort to you as we begin to slowly transition back up the spine with the memory of the acorn and these concepts we've connected with in this visualization and this meditation, gently allowing the ascent from the acorn up the trunk of the tree. We forgot the roots. Let's go through the roots and through the trunk of the tree, up the base, and continuing up with the ascension to the branches and the limbs, and ultimately finishing the final expression with the leaves, but with the memory, always with the memory of the acorn at the base of the tree. And just hold the integrity of this full unit of navigation that becomes a representation of our soul. Feel the power of it and understand and remember that you always have access to this. And I would like to dedicate this meditation and this visualization to our brothers and sisters in Iran who are navigating the extraordinary times of a radical revolution that has been a long time coming. And I'd like to dedicate this meditation and this visualization to them, because the blueprint of what's unfolding right now has existed within all of the acorns within those 90 million people in Iran for a long time. And we're seeing this emergence now. So I honor those journeys. And I thank you. Global Namaste.
Thank you. Heather, that was really lovely. And symbolizing oneself as that beautiful icon and thinking about to be similar to the sap that nourishes the tree, and how the idea of understanding the soul in form of canopy gives um, a very sweet connection with the energy or the vibrant consciousness that lies and the soul, the beautiful soul that lies in each one of us, I think. And to understand that concept um, of the union when you said so when we say about yoga, the connection of our roots with that sap as it goes and nourishes from the ground to each and every part of the branch, to each and every branchlet, to every leaf, to every blossom, and then to that nourished soul itself, is a very beautiful connection in its own way. It's its connection within its own self is beautiful, and you made it really more melodious, adding up the rhythm of your vibrant energy into it. So thank you so much. And please stay around because we will be having a short discussion and chit chat very shortly. And I'd like you to welcome Rachel Wolf from Israel, who will be sharing with us her expertise and her guidance of what she delivers to people and how she keeps herself fit, healthy, and yet blooming. So over to you, Heather. Uh, Kindly introduce her and a warm welcome, a global namaste to you, Rachel.
Thank you. Raha, welcome to your first Healing Our Earth journey. Am I unmuted? Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
good. Wonderful. So a warm welcome to you, and we really look forward to hearing your insights from the realm of all things naturopathic care and beyond.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Heather. Your visualization was amazing. I got all of these feelings, a little bit teary at one point. I got a little bit dizzy. I was like flowing with the sap. It was like, wow, so many emotions in one time, and at the same time, so calming and soothing. And it was like, I don't know how to explain it when you're like all of the sensations all together, but at the same time, you're rooted and calm. So that
Yeah.
was beautiful. So thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I'm not a
Thank you,
yogi.
Rachel.
I'm not a yogi
Yes.
and I'm not a meditator. But I do find it so interesting how every complementary therapy or every nation comes from their own language or their own words, and we're all striving for the same thing. That always amazes me, that you could hear it from one side and it's like, oh my God, I know that, but I use different words for that, but it's the same emotion and the same feeling. So that's I
Yeah.
love this because you could just hear different sides and open and expand your mind. So I'm a naturopath and I'm a herbalist and I'm an advanced EFT practitioner. And I truly believe that the body can and has the ability to heal itself. Unfortunately, the world, we ourselves are getting in the way most of the time. And I feel sometimes that we're just a little bit unbalanced in our day-to-day life, in our world that's so unbalanced at the moment, and trying to stay balanced in an unbalanced world is very trying. So if it's the food that we know food could nourish us and be the best supply of energy in our life, and at the same time it could also be a slow poison. And if it's throwing medicine at a symptom instead of finding the root cause of the problem, it's this always trying and not really succeeding because we want a quick fix in the world today. Navigating our emotions, as we know, so many of our emotions we carry cause disturbance in the body's energy system. Like yoga and meditation, we always try to find the calm and the balance and be present. I use EFT, which is emotional freedom technique, or tapping, some people know it as. It's a method that combines traditional Chinese medicine and modern psychology. So it's East meets West. Like I said, everybody with their own language, but the same goal. We work on tapping on meridians, and we focus on the emotion or the physical problem. We combine conscious speech and tapping on these points to release the blockages that we have in our bodies. Gary Craig is the founder of EFT. He passed away last week and was a great man and a great mind. And just the other day, an Israeli herbalist, one of the founders of Israeli herbalist, Sharon Kotzer, passed away tragically just yesterday. And when I was thinking about what to say today, I was finding it a little bit hard to find my balance. These two great people, it just threw me off balance a little bit. And I realized that there's always movement in the world. And we need to sort of move with it without being swept away. And we could get swept away for a minute and find our way back, and how fast it is we could get our balance back to ourselves without being moved, with the news and everything. How can we find our own space? How can we find our own center? So I use tapping, calms the nervous system. It finds the cause of the energy disturbance and releases the emotion that's attached to it. So I thought today we could do some tapping together. And like all of the therapies, I think the base is breathing. It's the base of every yoga, every meditation, every guided imagery. It's just get into that breath, get into that rhythm. And so many of us just can't find that breath, or sometimes we are breathing, but the breath isn't as, it's not a good quality breath, or we can't get that deep enough breath, or we're always chasing. So, everybody always says, just calm down. Now, telling somebody that's not calm to calm down is not going to help them. So I always like to focus on the breathing, because it gives us something to focus on, and it muffles out the external noise. And when we have something we could focus on, which is the breathing, we're able to calm down a lot faster. And if we're in control of our breathing, we could be in control of a lot more things. Not of the world, unfortunately, but in our little world, we could be a little bit more in control, or feel like we're a little bit more in control in our own self. So, if we all sit comfortably, and if you've done tapping before, and if you haven't done tapping before, that's okay. You don't have to remember anything. You don't have to know anything. You just follow me. And okay, so let's just sit comfortably. Take a few deep breaths. Let's try and release and stretch out the lungs a little bit. And now let's try and take the deepest breath possible. And what I wanted to do with this breath is, let's put it on a mark. Let's mark it from 0 to 10. As in 0, I could breathe, I feel my lungs expand, and there's endless amount of air in my body at the moment. And 10 is, I can't really catch my breath. I feel like I'm sucking it in and nothing's really happening. So if you want to think about that last breath that you just took and what the quality was, how much was it, what number would you rank it at? I could say for myself, I think it was around a 6. It was a good breathing, but I felt there was a wall. Could be the situation, I'm live, I'm not really, takes a second. So we're going to sit with that number for a minute. And you're just going to do what I do. You don't have to know anything or remember anything. So we're going to start tapping, and we start on our the fat part of the hand. It's called the karate chop point. And we just tap, and it doesn't have to be hard taps. It's just nice, gentle. You could do your left hand, your right hand. It's all the same, and you could change off. And you just say after me, even though I have limited breathing, I accept myself right now. Even though I have this constricted breathing problem, I accept I have this. Even though I have this limited breathing, I accept myself right now. We're going to move on to the eyebrow point. It's right next to the third eye, right at the beginning of our eyebrow. This constricted breathing problem. If the words don't resonate with you, you could change them into your own words, or just keep repeating after me. On the side of the eye, constricted breathing. Under the eye. Something is blocking my breathing. Under the nose. Something is not allowing me to take a deep breath. And on the chin. This restricted breathing. On the clavicle, which is the bone that's covered by my scarf. This restricted breathing. And under the arm, on the bra strap. This blockage that doesn't let me breathe. On the top of the head, this constricted breathing. Take a deep breath. You could take another one if you need one. And just think back at what the number of that breath is now. When you take a deep breath, is it easier? Did the number go down? Maybe the number went up. Maybe it stayed the same and it didn't even move, and it's all okay. And during that really short round of tapping that we did, maybe some emotions came up or memories. They're all okay. And that's exactly what we continue to work on. Those things that come up from our subconscious. Does anybody want to share how they felt or what kind of breathing they had? No, that's okay. My breathing came down. I feel a lot more relaxed. So that's good. And you could continue practicing tapping every day. You could do it when you're feeling stressed, or like sometimes when you get a little bit overwhelmed and there's no air. You don't have to do the whole round like we did. And if you don't remember the points, you could just pick one. You could give yourself a hug and do under your arms, or just give yourself a nice rub and just think of the breathing, not necessarily what you want, but you want to think of how your body is feeling honestly right now. Not what we're used to doing is telling ourselves it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And our body's not feeling okay lots of the times. And he wants to be acknowledged that I can't really breathe. I am a little bit stressed right now. So when you do those points and you acknowledge how the body really feels, you'll get much better results. So, as we all know, breathing in brings oxygen to all the cells in our body, and therefore relieves the stress and pain and tension and everything. So we just have to make sure that we continue breathing in this crazy world that we live in. That's it. That's me.
That's nice. I think I really enjoyed, and I can see whosoever are with us have also enjoyed. In fact, I felt pretty relaxed after that, and I can also feel most of us felt relaxed after this. We I think it makes you really conscious about and bring you in the presence of the mind where your brain is always running to the future and the past. It just brings you now at
Yeah.
the present moment. And because of being at the present moment, it just immediately relaxes you. And I
Yeah.
can really think about the brain waves where the brain waves from the other zones of uh, beta turned to alpha and delta and I can feel those relaxing vibes that comes and this kind of a technique is very wonderful and I think it will be a good remedy for a lot of people who get stressed or you're completely tired while working. I think I'm going to use it for that time and I hope a lot of people will be enjoying that as well.
And the nice
Yeah,
thing,
so please.
sorry, and the nice thing is that it works quite fast. So you could
Yeah.
bring down the stress and really, when somebody's in acute situations, it's whoop, very nice to take down the volume.
Hmm. Yeah, we can feel very well right on that actually, and it's really lovely. Thank you very much. Please do stay around. We'll have a chit chat, and it's time to have our next guest, a lovely guest of ours from Poland, as we move from Croatia to Israel to Poland. Global Namaste, and a very warm welcome to you, Parvati Rosen. Parvati, you have been practicing Agnihotra as well as you have been teaching yoga and meditation to children. You've written a wonderful book, which I really liked. And there's so much that you store with yourself. So, could you please tell our viewers about yourself and also share with you your insight for today's episode? Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rachel. I also do tapping, and I just had a flash. It might be really good to do with children. Simplified. It's really wonderful. Thank you. My name is Parvati Rosenbisberg, and I'm an expat, happily an expat, US expat, having no plans to return. And I've been living the past 30 years in Poland. My husband is Polish, and I'm living in an international Homa eco village located on an organic farm. And here we are doing every day sunrise and sunset, Agnihotra, Vedic healing fire, which I'm going to be doing shortly. It's running into the time. So, and it's a practice that heals the environment, heals the atmosphere, and ultimately the healed atmosphere heals us. From my point of view, I used to be a Head Start teacher. I was a teacher of all ages in America, and then later in Poland, I taught yoga and meditation classes for children at a workshop at a bookstore. So I wrote several books, one of which is Yoga and Meditation for Children, and I have it it's now I have it in Polish language, but it started in English, and it's based on a program I wrote for children because I saw most of my children were underprivileged children in Head Start program in America, and they were coming from inflamed environments. Their families were usually fractured families, and the ones that were together were more violent. And so there were a lot of children in need. And I was already I was already getting so much benefit myself from Agnihotra, which healed completely my asthma, which I had lifelong asthma. And then I was also taking some yoga classes. So I decided to try what was working for me in my life with the children. And I didn't expect anything because these children were pretty wild and a lot of them were angry, and there was a lot of, behavioral issues. But I slowly started it, and I taught yoga in a way, basic, basic hatha yoga, in a way that's easy to teach children. What do children love? Children love stories. They love to listen, and they love the stories. So I told stories with all my yoga, and we acted out the yoga poses, and they were all animal poses. The cat, the dog, the cobra. The cobra was an all-time favorite. We did the cobra slithering through the jungle, and someone played the noisemakers to act like they were the jungle, and then the children all rose to hiss at the something. Anyway, it was a lot of fun. So I taught everything through stories and through animal poses. And then came the meditation. The children were really, as I told you, they were pretty disturbed. So I would take them out to the park, and we would sit in a circle, and I would ask them to close their eyes and listen to the sounds outside themselves. And then afterward we would share what we heard, the birds and the wind and the whispering trees. And then we went back in, and I would say, now tell me, what are the sounds you hear inside yourself? And then they got very, very quiet. And then they would share the funniest things. I heard my blood flowing through my veins. I heard my breathing, and but it was really an awareness, and it was helping children. I wanted to help them find a quiet place inside themselves, because in many of their homes there was no quiet place. And so I wanted them to have sort of like a mobile home, a mobile place where they could call home, where they could go inside, no matter how many people were outside, and they could go inside in order to calm themselves. And we would do breathing exercises, but everything guided toward for children's mind. And it always had to be fun. I found that a lot of times yoga is very serious, and everybody takes it very serious, and it is, but I taught it in a fun way, and the children loved it. And even later, when I was teaching older children, I would say, well, normally I teach it with a story, but you're a little older. And they were like, no, no, tell me the stories. So they loved that. They loved stories. They loved movement and acting. And so it became a real wonderful experience. And one time I decided to take some of the most difficult children to my house. I lived nearby, and I asked the parents, and they said yes. And I took a group of very troubled children, and we walked home and barely could keep them from jumping into the street. Then there were about 6 of them, and I picked out the worst ones, who were always my favorites. And I took them home, and we did some yoga together, and then it was time for sunset Agnihotra, which was early at that time. And so when I lit the fire, the children all gathered around, and they became so calm, so peaceful. And I observed the effect of the atmosphere on their breathing. That was the most profound because they had very shallow breathing. And then I watched it slowly come down. And they were so calm, and they started being nice to each other. They started being almost like petting each other and sitting near each other and talking sweetly. And this was so different than their normal life. And I thought, wow, this is such a gift that we have. In my case, it's Agnihotra and it's the simple yoga and meditation. So, whatever gift we have, this is what I want to say today, more than any of my experiences. I want to say that in the world the way it is right now, there's so much difficulty, so much suffering, and so much fear. And all the internet, which the kids are on from young ages, what are they trumpeting? Fear, 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 fear. And they need us. They need the ones of you all who are seeking the light, experiencing the light, doing healing techniques like tapping, like yoga, like meditation, conscious living. They need us so badly right now. I want to be the voice of children. That's what I care about the most. When I found that children listen to me when I listen to them. And I remember going into a classroom of the worst children, they said, and I was teaching an after school care, and they said, these kids are impossible, impossible. And I said, bring them. And they came in and they were screaming and they were jumping up and down. They were hitting each other. And I said, wow, you guys have got so much energy. Stand up, let's get it out. And I had them shaking their bodies, shake your arms, shake your arms, shake your legs. Now shake your head. And in the end was, what about your hands? And they all clapped. And anyway, we did that for like 5 full minutes, jumping around, clapping, tapping, everything. And they calmed down. And after 5 minutes, these terrors sat down in their seats and they were mine. I could have taught them anything because I listened to them. I listened to their bodies. I heard what they were feeling. I heard what their bodies said. I heard what their minds were. They were troubled. They needed to get that out. I don't know what they came from when they came to school. They weren't the children who could sit like this and behave. And none of my children I expected to do that. And they listened to me. And one by one, there was a window in the door, and the principal came and he was looking in. Oh my God. And then teachers came and the secretary came, and everybody was looking in the window. The kids couldn't see, but I could see them popping in because they were so surprised that these terrible kids could be calm. Give them a chance. Children need to be given a chance. They need to be heard. They need to be not just given more tablets and computers and iPhones. They need to be given what you all have to teach. So, and I also noticed that a lot of my friends were running off to yoga seminars and meditation retreats, and their children were, you know, in some kind of care, or they were with another parent, or they were home watching the TV or playing with the computer, whatever. What about the children going to yoga? What about the children going on to meditation retreats? They need it. They need what we have. They need so much right now. Um, uh, the experiences I've had with yoga and meditation for children, I remember teaching a group in Krakow, Poland, a group of children, and one of the parents came in and said, "This is my child. He is the worst child. He's totally misbehaved. He doesn't listen to anyone, doesn't care about anything, and he's all yours." And she dropped him off, and he was my first student. And I asked him if he could be my assistant. And he was like, "Oh, yes." And I said, "You're wonderful. That's great. I'm so glad you're here. I really needed you. Can you put the posters up?" And through the whole 8 weeks of that group, he was my helper. And he was the best behaved child, the best at yoga, the most ready to meditate. He was not a bad kid. And he was labeled as hyperactive. He wasn't hyperactive. And I had other children who were one boy was dyslexic, really dyslexic, turned all his sentences around, wrote the wrong way. And after 8 weeks of these classes of yoga and meditation techniques and Agnihotra, he was no longer dyslexic. He could read normally. And one after another, stories like that, so much so that their teacher, their school teacher, asked to join the next session because it was that she never saw so many changes in in children before. So I'm really, really grateful to the opportunity just to share about children, just to hopefully inspire people to work with them, to listen. Please listen to your children. They have a lot to say and they need you now. They need hope.
Wonderful. Welcome to Healing Our Earth Power with Tea. It's really
Thank you.
interesting to hear about your experience. And I wanted to just ask two follow-up questions on the topic that you've given. Recap for everybody. What are the specific benefits of yoga and meditation for children?
Oh, the benefits are physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. It introduces them to spiritual aspects without dictating what they should believe. And it changes their physical. It helps them breathe. It helps them reduce their stress. The stress levels were really high and they really reduced their stress. And emotionally, they had outlets because there was a lot of sharing. There was a lot of caring and sharing between the children. So, and it's a holistic yoga and meditation for children. The program I taught was holistic. It also included art and music, dance, theater.
Fantastic. The second question is you mentioned that sometimes in Poland, for example, the home environment maybe is not as conducive for yoga and meditation. But are there any ways you can help parents to integrate these kind of practices at home to help the kids find calm and focus?
I'm not sure I understand.
Are there any is there any advice for parents on how they
Oh,
can
yeah.
integrate yoga and meditation at home for the children?
Yes, it's great, but always make it fun. Yes, it's great if you can do basic yoga, meditation, but simple meditation techniques, not complicated. And you participate with your children. It's wonderful, and you might learn something. And Agnihotra with children is phenomenal. I've watched children respond to Agnihotra in miraculous ways. I've seen illnesses disappear, and I've seen a real calming effect on children and
Super.
also on
Thank
the
you.
environment in your home. And
Thank you. Over to you,
it's
Dr.
more
Amrita.
in other countries where it's less conducive to children, like the United States right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Parvati. We will catch up very soon with that. And I think the best way is to do what you want your children to be. So it's very important to be practicing with them, sharing with them, caring with them, holding with them, and a lot more. We will be catching up very soon. And I think you are getting ready for Agnihotra in the evening. And we will be catching up with you after this talk. You are already with the Agnihotra, I can see. So
Yeah.
please carry on, and we'll spotlight you very soon after this talk with Rena. It's time to move
Thank
from
you.
Poland to Israel. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Parvati.
Thank you.
We'll join in soon. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome, Rena.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. It's always such a pleasure and an honor to be here with the Healing Our Earth family, with you, and to see some other friends, Heather and Rachel. It's so special to have you as a part of the Healing Our Earth family. And of course, Nishit, all the familiar faces, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. And Rena, you have been practicing yoga for so many years. You yourself are into that. You live the way yoga is. And from so many things in your life, you have come out through yoga and practices by your own self. What is your message for our viewers today? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrita, for saying that and for reflecting it. And you saw me not quite at the very beginning. There's this like trend all over social media now, people sharing from 10 years ago in 2016. And that was kind of my journey really started in 2014 officially with practicing yoga. But 2016 is when I understood that one day I was going to become a yoga teacher, and I didn't know it was going to happen so quickly as in 2017 with you as one of my dear teachers. Yoga has been a source of healing for me with a lot of physical pain. In my yoga teacher training, I had really severe knee pain. I'm sure Dr. Amrita remembers that. And since then, I've used yoga as a tool for healing depression, PCOS, lots of cramping and headaches before menstruation, a herniated disc. I think I said depression. And after my divorce, yoga was a tool that, like, at that point, it was so well established in my life that I was so grateful at the time that I was going through such a crisis like divorce to already have a regular practice of yoga, that it was non-negotiable for me to have that time to give to myself every day, to be connected to myself, and to process the trauma, because divorce really is a trauma. Now I see that I come from a family where both of my parents are high performers professionally, and that I've been able to achieve things that I definitely set my mind to and believed that I could, but that have taken a lot of work and discipline that I see my yoga practice as being foundational to. And that's part of what fuels my passion today of using both yoga and integrative nutrition health coaching in spaces where there's high stress and a high potential for impact. So today that's through my Wellness Edge program with high performing professionals. But I do want to tie it back to the previous woman who was just speaking, because I also have a background in teaching yoga to children. And I see that really as a connection of children just as much as high performing professionals are dealing with a lot of stress nowadays, and there's a lot of potential for impact. And it really is a blessing and a gift that so many schools do integrate yoga today. And they do integrate mindfulness and they do integrate meditation. And what really fueled my passion for becoming a yoga teacher was in 2016 when I was gifted a copy of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. And at that point, I was already holding 2 degrees as a teacher and working as a teacher and as an elementary ed teacher. And I started reading the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and I felt like I had found the answers I'd been looking for. That's what that's what needs to be taught in all schools around the world. How to move your body, how to sleep, how to eat properly, how to go to the bathroom properly, how to think positively. So it really, like, anytime I think about why am I doing this, I always go back to 2016 and remember this is what people need to learn. So what a blessing that there are so many young people that have access to the tools and the knowledge and the wisdom of this beautiful ancient scientific tradition. And I'm also here to show up for the grown-ups that need it just as much. And when it comes to working with these high performers, I don't have, you can see I'm not really prepared for like an experiential practice, which usually I am. So maybe we'll incorporate a little bit. But the 3 points that I did want to make when it comes to yoga and well-being for high performers are, first of all, so many of these high performers, and I see it in the people that I work with closely, are experts in high achieving and performing highly. What a surprise, right? But they don't have any awareness about their nervous system. They don't have any awareness about what's happening with their breath. They might have some awareness about what's happening with their physical body and their posture, but they're not prioritizing actually doing much about it, or maybe they're just prioritizing it, but it's like not number 1, 2, or 3. It's kind of low on the list. So first and foremost, when it comes to working with high performers, I prioritize nervous system regulation, creating an environment where the parasympathetic nervous system can be activated so that many of these high performers and many people, even if you don't consider yourself a high performer, are living in a state of high stress and high anxiety. We're living in crazy times. And the sympathetic nervous system serves an important purpose. It's good that we are able to notice danger and be able to acknowledge stress and to work to get ourselves out of that. And the issue is that nowadays, especially for high performers, if your inbox is constantly flooded, your WhatsApp messages are backlogged, your schedule is filled with meetings, your to-do list is multiple pages long, you've got the pressure from your boss, you've got the pressure from the investors, you've got the pressure from so many other things, and that's just in your business life. There's also all the pressure that's happening in your personal life that's probably on the back burner. All of these things are feeling like stress all the time. So whereas back in the day, people maybe had their sympathetic nervous system activated every now and then when they were truly in danger, nowadays our brain is tricked into thinking that we're in danger all the time because all of these things our mind, excuse me, our mind perceives as threats. So what I tell the people that I work with is that it's so important to create pockets for your parasympathetic nervous system to be activated. It's not realistic for us to expect it to be activated most of the time, but it is important to make those windows, those pockets, and those windows and pockets really do make a difference, whether it's 1 minute, 5 minute, 1 hour, whatever it is that you're able to make space for. I will say the ancient yogis, they said, you know, when people say, how long should I practice for? The ancient yogis said, if you have time, practice for an hour. If you don't have time, practice for 2 hours. So I do think there's truth there. And it's also really important to meet people where they are and to show people compassion and to understand that people are doing their best. So how do I work with people on nervous system regulation? First of all, a lot of times we're doing really gentle, restorative yoga practices. It's not Ashtanga, it's not Vinyasa, it's like really focused on restoration, using lots of props and supports because so many high achievers are used to feeling like the whole weight of the world is on their shoulders, and using those props and those supports allows them to embody what it feels like to be supported so that then they're able to apply that same principle into their real life. And this is something I've worked through myself, so I very much understand. I have a lot of empathy for it. Another way that we make sure that we give space for parasympathetic nervous system to turn on is through deep breathing. And some of you listening may know this, but some of you may not. And when we are in a state of stress and anxiety, when our sympathetic nervous system is running the show, we can tell because we're breathing from our chest. And a sign that our parasympathetic nervous system is turned on and that we are in that rest and digest state is that we're able to breathe from our belly. The cool thing about the breath is that it works both unconsciously and consciously. So we can actually train the brain and turn on our parasympathetic nervous system by consciously breathing from our belly. And let's actually do an exercise like that right now. So just take a moment. You don't have to move your body at all, but just notice where you can feel the breath moving in and out of your body. Excuse me. Do you feel it more in your belly? Do you feel it more in your chest? Is it both? And now I invite you to just straighten out a little bit here so that your heart will be over your belly and your ears will be over your shoulders. Already, there's that exhale. That for like the fact that I just had that exhale, my parasympathetic nervous system is already turning on. And I invite you to bring one hand to your chest and one hand to your belly, just so you can really feel what's happening here. And your eyes can be staring down or staring at a point or closed. And I invite you to take a deep breath in just to cleanse in through the nose. Open the mouth and let it out with a sigh. You can gently squeeze the belly to get all the breath out. And then through the nose, inhale, feel the lower belly expand first. And then the middle belly expands. And then the chest rises up. And at the top of the breath through the nose, exhale, feel the chest fall first, the middle belly come in, and then the lower belly comes in. Through the nose, inhale, lower belly expands first, middle belly expands, chest rises. And again, exhale through the nose at the top of the breath, chest falls first, middle belly comes in, and lower belly comes in. Why don't you take one or two more rounds of breathing like this on your own? This is our full yogic breathing. We put a little extra emphasis on the exhale so that we're clearing out old breath, making space for new breath and new energy to take its place. And after you finish, you can just let your breath return to normal. Notice if you do feel any shifts through your body. It could be a shift with the breath, or it could be a subtle shift in how you're feeling, and you might not feel a shift, and that's fine too. But part of the magic here is that by consciously bringing the breath throughout the whole torso, as we breathe in and out through the belly, we're actually activating the diaphragm, which is kind of like a biohack for turning on the parasympathetic nervous system. So I like to include stuff like that in my yoga classes with everybody, especially with high performers. I'm just looking at my notes here. And of course, making sure that we have time and space for Shavasana, a long Shavasana. Even if the practice is 30 minutes, I try to prioritize 10, 15 minutes for Shavasana. Shavasana is our final relaxation. And what I always tell my students is that the ancient yogis understood what modern science and modern medicine have only recently been able to understand, and that is by creating conscious, dedicated space for where the parasympathetic nervous system is activated, which happens in Shavasana, because we're emphasizing comfort and safety and relaxing. And that's the magic that turns on the parasympathetic nervous system, and then the body is able to heal itself. And I speak from experience in saying that it really does happen. And the one final thing that I want to say about yoga and well-being for high performers is an emphasis on relieving tension in the shoulders, relieving tension in the neck. Like I said, a lot of high performers, and myself included, feel like we're carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders. And we can actually, like when we're hunched over like this, that's actually like a physical sign that those are probably thoughts somebody's having. So it's not just working on the spine, but that's also important. It's also, even just simple shoulder rolls, forwards and back, shoulder shrugs, neck circles. Like I said, I'm not going to guide you through a whole practice right now. But yeah, those are kind of the 3 points to recap. Yoga and well-being for high performers, nervous system regulation, deep breathing through the belly, and physical relaxing the shoulders, relaxing the neck. Any
Wonderful.
questions?
Well, Rena, it's always lovely to see you at Healing Our Earth. You've been a wonderful contributing member for a good time now. So I wanted to ask you a couple of quick questions. As a high performer yourself, how do you use yoga to maintain energy and focus through the day?
Great question. First of all, I practice yoga myself at least 3 days a week. The other 3 days I'm swimming in the pool. And I make sure that those things happen within the first 2 hours of my day. I don't start work until I've done those things. Excuse me, I learned the hard way the difference in my own focus and my own attention if I've practiced yoga and if I haven't practiced yoga. But the other way that I use yoga as a high performer is that I am very attuned to my body throughout the day. And if I feel aches and pains starting to come on, or if I feel that I'm just not focused and my mind is scattered, I take a break and I will often just listen intuitively to my body and do some intuitive stretching. I've been known to do it to get up and stretch in Zoom meetings, in physical meetings, in co-working spaces while I'm teaching. And one of my degrees is special education, and I really encourage people to do that. And I model that because I think it's important. Of course, I do my best to move in a way that's not going to be distracting for other people. And I envision there's like an energy around me that's protecting me and separating me from other people so that I'm not going to be distracting other people. And sometimes I'll find a quick little YouTube video, 10, 15-minute YouTube video, Kundalini yoga, Vinyasa yoga, restorative yoga, even yoga nidra. Yeah.
Amazing. And finally, I know you touched upon this earlier on, but for the high achievers who think they don't have time for yoga, what would you say to them?
That is a great question. First of all, you can turn anything yoga to go back to yoga with kids. What is yoga? Yoga is anything that combines the brain, the breath, and the body. So you can make your walk from the car to your desk a yoga practice if you are aware of how you are moving your body and how you're breathing and what's happening in your brain. That's one way that you can start. Another way that you can start is to be really conscious with how you sit down at your desk and how you stand up. Literally, physically, what is happening to your body? How is your body moving when you sit down? And how is your body moving when you stand up? I would say to start with that. And for people who are a little bit more brave, I would encourage you to find even a window of 5 minutes where you can intentionally do even just one round of a sun salutation. But I want to, there's a part of me that doesn't even want to say that because so many high achievers, again, myself included, we want to be perfect. And so the fact that I even to think oh, I need to do 5 minutes. And if I'm not doing 5 minutes, I'm not doing enough. Or so many people say, I need to go to a 90-minute yoga practice. I don't have time for a 90-minute yoga practice, so I'm not going to go at all. And what I really hope people take from the first two suggestions I said is that it's better that you do a little bit bite-sized, something that actually works for you than that you're doing nothing. Does that
Amazing. I'll hand over
resonate?
back to Dr. Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Rena. That was really nice. And before we move further, let's have a quick comments. And I would like to welcome Dr. Ulrich Berg. Global Namaste and a very warm welcome. You yourself are into Agnihotra, and we see a beautiful Agnihotra that was performed by Parvati at Poland. And what is your message for the practice of yoga and meditation that you do, Dr. Ulrich, before we move to our other guests? In 1 minute. Over to you. Can you unmute yourself? Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. First, I want to apologize. I missed some of Parvati's talk because I'm in a conference here in India, and so there was some program. Yeah, I mean, as you said, my main thing is Agnihotra, and Agnihotra, by the way, is also part of yoga. It is part of yoga, and then, I'm a little lazy regarding the physical part. Earlier I did sun salutations and it was really good for me. But now I've stopped the practice. It's difficult to get back to that. But I'm doing
I think we lost the signal. Yeah. Parvati, you performed Agnihotra, and your practice of yoga with children has also been amazing. Over a minute, could you please tell us about your Agnihotra practice, and then we move on to our other guests? Thank you. Yeah, you are.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay. Agnihotra is done at sunrise and sunset in a copper pyramid. And here's Ulrich again.
Yeah.
Ulrich is back, but
Yeah, Ulrich, can we have your comment before we move to Croatia with
yeah,
sure.
sure.
Please continue.
So
We lost
sorry,
you.
sorry, there was an connection was lost. So I was just today there was a conference here in Indore, and the very good thing is that the principal of the school, she said she wants Agnihotra to be introduced to the students, and so she will order a couple of pyramids, and they have a pond in the middle of the campus, so all around the pond, little lake, they will have students and all perform Agnihotra. I think that's a wonderful idea. And also then she says in the hostels, they can continue. And I told her that Agnihotra actually increases the intelligence of the students and helps them to be more focused. So that's a very good thing. And yeah, I just was
Thank you.
interrupted when I wanted to say that one more thing, I really like the idea to take little things like walking to the car as part of yoga. That is a great help because this is something everybody can do it. Everybody can do it easily, and it just needs a little bit of more consciousness, and it really can help. I'm very happy about that, and I'm grateful to this tip. So thank you.
Thank you. Alexandra, let's welcome our guest who has joined for the first time, Paula. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome, Paula. Your comment before we move further. Alexandra, please.
Hello, Paula. Paula, you have been already with us, and we just wanted to hear from you before you join us next time, next Sunday. I think we met, and as you know me, Paula and others from Healing Our Earth, my first thing about yoga meditation is non-violence, ahimsa, and then integration. So these two things are like one thing, actually. Do you have anything to say about anything, Paula, what has happened today in the episode?
Thank you. I didn't expect I'm going to talk, but hey, thank you for giving me a chance. Ahimsa, non-violence. You know what I actually, little story I'm just going to tell you. Maybe we'll just translate what I what I think about this. Over the Christmas, as is a busy period with everyone. So I was in with my private yoga client, and she is a hairdresser, and you can imagine around Christmas time, everyone just wants last minute looking pretty. And then people were just calling her, hey, can you squeeze me in? And we had a scheduled yoga class for 11 o'clock in the morning. And she was saying me afterwards, she sat on her bed and she was just about to text me like she don't have time for yoga. And then she stopped and start thinking like from the end, as someone was saying here, like I'm cooking for someone else, I'm baking cakes for someone else, I'm cutting hair for someone. She has 2 kids, so I'm kind of making wishes come true for someone else. Where I am in this story, and she realized, oh my God, the only thing today I'm going to do it for myself is like that yoga class. So she didn't cancel. She actually did not book extra people who were begging her to do her hair last minute. And she did yoga with me. And my God, that story stuck with me. Like, and I keep telling everyone in my studio, I run yoga studio here in where I live, telling that violence against yourself, against your sanity, against your well-being. And I put a Facebook post saying like, don't delete yourself from your life calendar. It's just brilliant. It's like, don't delete yourself from your life calendar. Same like these high achiever people. Like if you're not, and from previously, I know that it's your duty to be happy. It's your duty, like to be happy. If you're not happy, wealthy and healthy, no one would benefit from you. Literally from the point of other people benefits, not even your selfish way, as in, because you are not used to no one if you are not happy and healthy, and also you are just burdened. What if you felt unwell and then everyone has to look after you? That's my worst nightmare, actually. So yeah, do not delete yourself from your life calendar. That's my non-violence thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Paula. Your last minute comment, Rachel, and then we move to Heather for her comment.
A comment.
Yes.
I like what everybody said, and I really, really like that. Don't delete yourself from your calendar. And I'd want to up it with book yourself into your own calendar. Because if we don't make time for ourselves, there's not going to be any time. Nobody's going to say, stop, this is your time now. So book yourself in, make sure you're not deleted. Yeah, just keep breathing, keep focusing, find your center, and slow, like Rena Shoshana said, just slow little, start small, start with just breathing. Everything else will fall into place, but you got to start somewhere. You could say tomorrow, book yourself in for today, and just breathe.
Thank you. Thank you. Heather, your 1 minute comment. Dr. Anukul, we have Dr. Anukul over here. Global Namaste, our lead panelist. Dr. Anukul, your comment before we move to our guests in India.
Global Namaste to all. I was really interested in hearing what Rena Shoshana was saying about Patanjali Yoga Sutra. And I'm a quite strict follower of that. And one of the major things is to understand the concept of mind and how it deludes people. And one of the things is to control the process of thinking of the mind. So one of the difficulties I often experience in people who practice is the concept of consciousness as opposed to something else, or something which is so that is of particular interest, and I'm sure Rena Shoshana was able to convey lots of these issues in that. And she also highlighted some of the issues which I have a problem with, and that is that when it comes to practicing yoga in my own self, I always intellectualize it rather than really practice it. So that's a major problem with many of the people who are involved in academics and things like that. And one of the things that the yoga practitioners clearly say is you have to take away intellect and mind away and try to connect yourself. And I think that's where, so when the tapping activity was going on in the session, I was thinking that I had been to the acupuncture program. There's a point called the Pai Hui over here, which makes people go to sleep in a matter of a minute. There are various parts of trigeminal nerve and the facial nerve and the occipital nerve. We directly work at the cervical spine. As a spinal surgeon, my constant thinking is which are the nuclei which are actually functioning and bringing about peace. So that's how my mind works. But that's great. I
Thank
mean,
you.
it's just lovely hearing all that.
Thank you. Before we move to Riddhi in London, hey, Heather, your comment, your last minute comment, and we move to Riddhi.
Wonderful. Thank you. So thank you to all of the speakers thus far today. I think it's been a really rich sort of ecosystem of insights and invitations. And I would second the love of what Rena suggested in terms of something as simple as walking to the car. So it's really about presence and attunement more than anything else. And that's really a central element of my movement practice as well. That even if it's whatever movement it is, however simple, a micro movement, that you're slowing it down enough to bring absolute presence and attunement to it, that in and of itself is an act of yogic union. So it's really a beautiful invitation. And the tapping, I just wanted to say, between what Rachel said and what Parvati was offering as well, I feel such a call to really introduce it to my kids now. That's really, it's such an inspiration. As an evolutionary act of reparenting myself and my kids as well. So thank you for that inspiration.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. We also have Dr. Anjali will be taking her expert opinion very shortly. It's time to move to London, where we have our resident contributor as well as our episode producer, Riddhi Vyas. Global Namaste. Very good afternoon to you, Riddhi.
Global Namaste. Thank you, Amrita, for doing such a wonderful job, as always, and holding the forts. I think that we've had some really good. I think we've had some really good comments today, and something that we will be building on as we go through the afternoon as well. I'd like to introduce our next guest speaker, who is Lovelina Labru.
Yeah, can we have her
Lovelina
landscape?
has done
Lovelina,
10
can you
years
please make your
plus.
camera landscape, please? Thank you. Please go ahead, Riddhi.
So Lovelina Labru has done 10 years worth of experience with the Brahma Kumaris. She's really good when it comes to the mind and knowing how the mind works and to be able to tap into spiritualism and meditation. And she's also a classical singer, very well known as well. So it's wonderful to have you here, Lovelina. If you can make your camera landscape. But yes, I will invite you to take over.
Can you please make your camera landscape, Lovelina?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you make your camera landscape, please? Can you turn your camera? Please turn your screen lopside. Turn your screen, please, the other way around.
This way?
No, just turn it. आप अपना कैमरा घुमाइए दूसरी तरफ कैमरा को घुमाइए
Okay. Excuse me. Just a second. Can you just turn the camera the other way? Sure. Turn the camera.
Can you landscape the camera, please? For her, landscape.
Landscape,
ma'am. This is it. This way, ma'am. You want to see this
The other way around.
This one.
Yeah, turn one more. Turn once. Yeah, to
more.
please turn once again.
Once again.
No, the other way.
The
once again.
No, ask and tell me.
Okay.
Yeah. Just explain it to the gentleman.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please landscape her camera?
Ma'am, my landscape only, but it's not moving.
Landscape the screen.
Yeah, I think the screen is locked. Allow me a second.
Join from the mobile.
No, I'm just like the screen is locked, so I will just open it. The rotation is off. That's why.
Riddhi, it's always lovely to have you with yoga and meditation episodes, and you bring in guests and a lot of knowledge that's just pretty versatile from time to time. And um, it's really nice to talk about things which comes from the holistic way.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, yeah, it's okay. Please go ahead. Otherwise,
Yeah.
please
Okay.
go ahead. Thank you.
Global namaste to all of you.
Global namaste.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
We can hear you. Yes, please go ahead.
Global namaste, Riddhi.
Global namaste.
Just, do you want it? I'll ask this gentleman to do it. The camera.
No, it's fine as this. Please continue.
Just 1 second.
Screen rotation lock.
Screen.
Okay, I will do it for you, ma'am. Just give me a minute.
So yeah, so it's always nice to have episodes on yoga and meditation where we can see how yoga works from different perspectives and different versatile traditions all around the world. And the basic principles are still the same. And it's just wonderful where we can have loads of people from different diverse backgrounds coming together, sharing their experience.
So Riddhi, it's fine. Please, let's have Lavalina's talk.
It will take just 1 minute, ma'am.
It's okay. Please,
Leave it.
it's okay.
Sure.
Please go ahead, Lavalina ji,
Yeah.
with your talk.
Okay, so whilst Lavina
Okay.
is experiencing some technical difficulties, until
Yeah,
she
it's
sorts
okay.
out her,
It's all
I
right now.
am happy.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so basically, music is connected with, it's the shortest route to divinity. And the music that I've studied is basically connected with nature as well. And in today's day and age, we are all hankering after peace. And music it connects us to divinity and the Trinity, which is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv. Shiv is the destroyer, Vishnu is the preserver, Brahma is the creator. So a lot of our bhajans and khayals from classical music are all devoted to Trinity. So I would like to sing a small little bhajan, which is devoted and dedicated to Lord Shiva. And it's based on Rag Bhopali. So it goes. Mahadeva Deva Maheshwara Mahadeva Deva Maheshwara Trishula Dharana Tripurana Chakra Ganesha Tina Ke Jaganandana Mahadeva Panchadev Panchanan Pujat Panchadev Panchanan Pujat Abhira Kapura Anama Ravan Bela Patra Su Chandana Kamala Padi Puja Mahadeva Sare gare sare ga pa gare sa sare ga pa da sa na ga gare sa sare sa ga gare gare pa pa ga pa ga da pa sa sa da sare gare sa na ga gare sa Mahadeva. Sorry, I have a very bad throat. I woke up this morning. My husband has a sore throat, and I think I picked up. So I'm sorry if I'm sounding ridiculous.
Lovely, you are doing absolutely incredible, and what a devotional bhajan as well, to really bring to light just the power of mantras and the mind resonance that these mantras actually have resonating throughout the body and mind.
Yes,
Wonderful.
Riddhi, I'll tell you, I attended a conference in New Delhi. By the way, I'm in London right now, Riddhi, and guess where I'm sitting? You won't believe this. I'm sitting at the Taj where you and I met for the first time. You remember? You came and put your hand on my shoulder.
Wonderful.
And you said, Loveleen, remember when Dhruv invited us for dinner?
Yes.
And you came and put your hand on my shoulder and you said, what do you
Yes.
do? I said, I sing. And then you said, you have to join me. for, for saving the earth and global peace and whatever. So what I was trying to say is that I attended a conference in Delhi a few months ago, and it's amazing. Research is being done on the effect of sound on good health. People have been brought out of their comas, you know, with the effect of sound. You know, it has so much of an impact on it can actually cure cancer, it can cure paralysis, it can cure Parkinson's disease, it can cure stress. Good sound, like music, our music, because our music is very devotional, it's therapeutic, and it's spiritual. So, I mean, all this, I mean, research is being done, in a very, very kind of a constructive way to filter all this information to the public so that, they can use music as a means to get rid of illness. So it's amazing what our music, how profound our music is. And music, yoga, meditation, these are all linked to each other. They're all linked. So basically it's, and it all emanates from our Vedas, our ancient scriptures. So it's very profound, it's old, it's traditional. And we have to value, this is our wealth, We have to value it and we have to carry it forward to the next generation. Because I feel even the next generation, they're suffering the pangs of anxiety of a very difficult world. A world which we are living on in very precarious times. So to get rid of that anxiety and that unhappiness, we can actually use music as a force. As a,
Yes, absolutely.
as a therapy, as a
Especially with
therapy.
Pija mantras as well.
The mantras, the Om is, the most profound mantra. And I want to sing a little song for your founder, Neil Kumarji. बार बार ये दिन आए, बार बार ये दिन आए, तुम जियो हजारों साल, ये है मेरी प्रार्थना. Happy birthday, Neil Kumarji. Happy birthday, Neil Kumarji. Happy birthday to you, sir. Happy birthday to you. So you said you wanted to wish him. I thought
It's
that was
wonderful as well. Yes, on behalf of all of us here at Healing Our Earth, a very special happy birthday to Neil Kumar. I truly hope that you're having a wonderful day filled with special surprises and all things that bring a smile to your face. And yes, lovely, Nidhi. I think it's absolutely true what you're saying in terms of bija mantras and being able to connect to different forces and different energies. Even within the human body itself, we've got chakras, and where those
exactly.
chakras, the Ida and the pink nerves, meet within the Shushumna Nari is where the chakras are based, and each chakra has a different vibrational force. And so by singing, we're really evoking those vibrational forces within ourselves to be able to rise that energy, and even connecting within our own hearts as well. Bhakti yoga is such a great way to be able to connect ourselves to the divine, to be able to connect to a purpose that's bigger than ourselves. And it's so healing, and even feeling those vibrations resonating throughout our bodies and our minds, just even having the mind resonance starts to get us into a place where we're really connecting in the here and the now, in the present moment.
Absolutely. And that's what the Gita said, forget the past and live in the present moment and don't worry about the future. But, we human beings, we worry about the future. We keep dwelling in the past and we don't enjoy the moment. And that's what brings all the sorrow. I mean, the Bhagavad Gita is the epitome. It epitomizes life and truth and reality. And if we followed the Bhagavad Gita, in a serious, profound way, we wouldn't have all this grief that we have in the world. Because Krishna said, live in the moment, live in truth, live in reality. And love. Krishna symbolized love and truth and reality. So if we followed those, principles, we would be a happier lot. So
Yes, absolutely. And even every single chapter of the Bhagavad Gita has a different message, starting off with yoga of despondency and encouraging Arjuna to actually pick up and do his actions, to do what's
exactly.
right, and to
Yes.
carry that through from karma yoga all the way up to bhakti yoga and
Yes.
even into self-realization. Each chapter is a manual itself to navigate the here and the now, to be absolutely present to what's happening in the world around us, and to still, no matter what's happening in life, to have the inner compass that enables us to have a direction in life so that we don't get lost, but we are still on that path of
Exactly.
self-realization.
Karma and dharma, that's life. That's what Krishna said, So, yeah.
Absolutely. Chapter 1, Para 1 says Kurukshetra, Dharma Kshetra, 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 meaning that we are going to, and it's how we navigate our way through this field of life within our
Yes.
universe that matters. And then we
Yes.
have different positions. We have binary thinking, which is when we get really stuck within the emotional, which was developed since donkey years. And then we've got the cognitive field, and the cognitive field is the new field that emerges when we allow the decision-making process to actually happen.
Yes.
And that is the field that is actually carrying us forward and us to shape the world that we live in and the decisions that we are making.
Yes, absolutely.
Lavina, it's been wonderful to have you with us. Do stay around. I'm sure we will come back to you in a panel
I'm here.
discussion a little bit
I'm
later.
here always for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Global
Fabulous. Thank
Namaste.
you so much for
Thank you
your
so much.
wonderful contribution. A global
Global Namaste. Thank you.
Om Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Laye Sambodhaye Chitam Vikshiptam Samaye Punaha. This is really important. Namaste, everyone, and welcome. We've actually had some really fantastic revelations today, beginning with Rena, who's showed us just what it means to be in alignment with our breath, to know how to navigate this body, keeping the jaw nice and relaxed, keeping our tongue between the front of our teeth, and allowing space between our neck and our shoulders, keeping the shoulders back and down, and allowing the chest to be open, the chest to breathe. Because this mantra is so important. It tells us how to navigate the gunas that we live in. And the gunas that we live in are nothing more but an energetic field, an energetic sound vibration at any given time in our moment. So we're moving from tamaguna, which is a state of inertia, a state of sleepiness, a state of grogginess. Now, you may well have actually experienced this before in your own life. For example, when you're working away at your desk and you notice your shoulders coming forwards, you mentioned not being able to breathe properly. But actually, by opening the chest, we don't just breathe then into the chest, we're able to go deeper. And so by actually just placing our hands on the bottom of our ribs and taking in a deep, nice breath, like we're actually breathing into a balloon. And try this now with me as well. And just notice how you're able to breathe a lot deeper. And so by actually doing this, what you may well find as well is that the breath actually goes down and into the sides. You may well be able to feel it expanding even more. Now compare it to actually when you were sitting at your desk and perhaps not in the best of position, you didn't have the right alignment. If in that position you do Brahmari, which is the humming bee as it's known in pranayama, which is basically where you're closing off your senses. Yeah, so you've got your eyes shut and you're just humming away. For example, now, this is basically sound resonance in its deepest sense. But not only is it sound resonance, it tells us the difference between when somebody is in a really squashed up position, and that's when they're not going to be at the greatest, they're not going to feel at the greatest, compared to when they're actually opening up the chest, they've got the shoulders down, they're sitting up properly, their hips are back, and they've actually got space to expand that prana into their body. And then trying the same exercise, go ahead and try that for yourself and see what you find. Research has proven that actually you'll be able to do it for longer. You'll have a longer period, you'll have a longer duration for which you can do that exercise. And it's so important as a pranayama to start to understand how functional breathing actually works. And so functional breathing is nothing more but actually bringing awareness to your breath in a conscious way that enables you then to go a lot deeper within your own breathing. And not only that, scientifically is proven as well to actually be linked to your fear center, so your fight or flight center. And that's because we take in information through our senses. So there's centers within the brain that fire off every single time we're looking outside, we're looking into the external world, and it's there to try and make sense of the world. The problem with that is that a lot of the times it's where people don't feel safe. They look around the world around them and they're not present to the moment around them, but they actually feel as if they are involved. And that's what we were saying a little bit earlier, kshetra, kshetra. So they're actually confounding their experiences. But this is primitive language. This is what happens in primitive lands when people are stuck in their fight, flight, freeze responses. And so naturally, our body and our mind is responding to the world around us. That's when we get things like binary thinking. We get stuck in making quick instinctive decisions without considering the consequences. We're not actually able to make sense of that because our emotions will kick in very quickly. It's proven to be 0.08 seconds, and every emotion will last for 90 seconds at a time. And that's what research has actually shown, is that the emotive brain has developed a lot faster than the other mind. So now when we're actually looking at this, the way that pranayama helps, the way that functional breathing actually helps, and the reason why it's so important is because it enables us to create a bandwidth. So before, where we were going straight from A to B, we were looking at straight from an action to a decision, and the mind is doing that on a subconscious level. We don't actually have willful intention over it. Now what we're doing is we're breathing and we're giving ourselves some space. Now, not only are we actually creating space, but before, where the prefrontal cortex, which is the position right at the front of your forehead, it's responsible for trust, it's responsible for decision making, it's how you're processing the information before it can actually go to the cognitive. And the cognitive is there then where you're starting to think about your options, you're starting to think a lot wider about what's happening, why it's happening. You may well be looking at social cues around you. How are other people responding? Do they feel safe? Therefore, can I feel safe in this position? And so our mind is constantly making decisions. So now by anchoring back to our breath, and our breath is always with us 24/7, there's not anybody that I've seen that doesn't actually use their breath. And if they do, I'd love to meet them. But this is basically the thinking that we have. And so by doing things like activating breaths, deactivating breaths, we're able to navigate there between fear and safety. Pranayama, if we look at it a little bit deeper, it teaches things like Kapalabhati, which is really fast breathing. Again, it's there to be able to unlock the fear center, and that's usually at the root chakra, which is the base of the chakras. And to be able to create some more space there. A little caveat though, if people are actually experiencing the menstrual cycles, if people are experiencing difficulties with the digestive systems, and it's connected to their heart, just be a little bit mindful with this. I would actually recommend something like box breathing then, for example, which enables you to still create the space, and all you're really doing is starting to use the whole capacity of your lungs. Kapalabhati is really good because what it does is it gets rid of the stale air that's at the bottom of your lungs. So it's to do with the oxygen, the carbon dioxide, and the nitric oxide. By actually removing the stale air and carbon dioxide, you're getting more oxygen, and it's also filling up the nitric oxide, which is this part here in the face, and that's responsible for ensuring that you don't get the infections, that your body is able to fight the bacteria, that you've got a strong immune system. So it has many, many benefits to it as well. So that's really important. And then if we go up one from there, so we're at the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra is really to do with Rajaguna. And when we step into Rajaguna, we're looking at having taking the mind from a place of agitation to a place of stable mind. And this is basically done with exercises such as Naishodhana, having a nice, calm, even breath, being able to coordinate the Ida and the Pingala nerves, which is the left and the right centers of the brain, to be able to work in coherence with each other. And so when we do this, it's creating a nice, stable practice, enables us to actually breathe and to be able to get some more prana into the system properly. From there, we move up to the solar plexus. The solar plexus is the position right behind the belly button. It's also Rajaguna, but it's in a much more stable environment there. And again, it's going to be things like doing your Ujjayi breathing, even saying ah, so taking a deep breath and saying ah, enables you to start to unlock some of that energy and to feel into your personal power. And then when you go up to your heart chakra is all about feeling the light, feeling positivity, really tapping into those emotions. So even do this with me now. Imagine actually just emanating light from your heart center outwards, and imagine everything else as just being a dark wash. Everything else is a blackout, and you're just focusing in on your heart chakra, and you're creating this stable environment around you where everything that you touch now is purifying the earth around you. It's purifying the environment around you, allowing yourself to go deeper within there, and notice what happens to your breathing as you do this. Does your breathing become stable? Do you feel calmer? This is all activating your parasympathetic system, so your vagal tone system. It's enabling you to come back to yourself, to come back to your true essence of who you truly are, but also in a way that enables you to feel into your strengths, to feel into your Shakti. Yoga has something called Shiva and Shakti. And Shiva and Shakti is nothing more but the masculine and your feminine forces. So when you're emanating from your heart center, you're emanating the feminine forces out into the world, and you're sending healing, positive vibrations. And there's been research that's been done on this during the COVID period where people were in isolation, they were in a place of lockdown and loneliness. And when they were actually focusing in on their heart center and putting a mantra out, most common one was Om Namah Shivaya or Om Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaha, perhaps, depending on your belief systems. But what it's really doing is, because Vishnu is known as being the sustainer of the universe, you're sending out those positive vibrations as pure white light, emanating and getting stronger. And as people were actually doing this experiment, what they found was they were actually building up that Shakti within themselves. They were building up that strength within themselves. So not only were they healing the world around them, they were also healing their internal world. And that's so important, to be able to take a step back. And that's what these breathing exercises are there for, is to be able to feel into the light, to be able to feel into that parasympathetic vagal tone. And parasympathetic vagal tone, when it's nice and stable, enables you to be nice and stable. Now, if you're nice and stable, your mind has moved from tamaguna to rajaguna to sattva guna, and then a state of equilibrium. And that's the beauty behind it. And our yoga shastras say, once you reach that state of equilibrium, do not disturb the mind any further. Allow the mind to just be, because your mind is the energetic force all around you. And so by doing this, you're enabling yourself to build your cognitive systems. No longer are you in a place of just fight or flight. No longer are you making decisions emotionally, but now you're actually turning on your cognitive system, and your prefrontal cortex is also open. So you can make decisions a lot more easily. You can think a lot better. And when you're thinking more widely, you're able to think about what's happening, why is it happening, what is the meaning that I'm attaching to what is happening, and what can I do about it? And it's that what can I do about it, which is enabling people to be able to serve from a much better place, because no longer do they feel like they don't have any options, but their options are opening up to them. And so it's so important to be able to tap into the cognitive side of it, because then we're not thinking binary. We're not just thinking in right and wrong or black and white, but we're able to actually open up those peripheral visions, open up the mind, and to be able to be one. And when we're one with ourselves, we can also help to serve from that place. So 3 quick points there: alignment, breathing, and light. And when we enable ourselves to come from alignment, breathing, and light, we're a lot more conscious of what's happening. We can step into the parasympathetic system within ourselves, and no longer do we actually feel threatened by the world around us. And that doesn't mean to say that we're never going to feel fear again. That doesn't mean to say that we're never going to have those self-doubts again. But it means that when those feelings do kick in, we're giving ourselves a chance to breathe. We're giving ourselves a chance to really step in to who we want to be, and to enable that light to shine bright. And when your light shines bright, you're also giving permission for other people to shine their light brightly. And I think we're coming up to time, so I do want to pass it on to Alexandra to continue this wonderful session with her guests. So a global namaste to you, Alexandra. And Alexandra has actually done fantastic work with us at Healing Our Earth, and she does wellness ventures as well out in Croatia. And she's always got brilliant people that she's bringing on from all kinds of different backgrounds and diversities, and everyone's welcome here at Healing Our Earth. And to just tap into the magic behind that as well. So Alexandra, over to you.
Thank you so much. Really, as always, extremely elaborate, and like, you know, my brain is overflowing with information. I have to watch it again. I mean, I still have a cold, so that's kind of working for me as an excuse. But thank you so much for this very clear. Anyway, it was very clear instructions. Just it was I could not take it all in. But thank you so much, and very practical. So I will definitely come back and rewatch it, and I suggest that also to all our viewers.
Thank you, Alexandra.
And yes, we
I
are
was
having
trying to get through as much as I could within 15 minutes, but yes, I am around afterwards as well if anyone has any questions or anything. But yeah, it's wonderful, and I will pass it over to you without further ado.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So our next guest is a nurse. She's a nurse, Nordea. I know for some time, and she has been my source of discernment, my intelligence that I lack sometimes, as I'm a very spontaneous person. And Nordea has a really high level NHS career, and I wanted to get Nordea today to talk to us. How does she manage to protect her own health while working and helping others? Not just in her profession, she is also a mother and also a daughter. She takes care of her own mother. So what's her health strategy for this year? I know you have been doing some yoga meditation, but I know you have some other methods to keep you healthy, happy, and sane. Welcome, Nordea.
Thank you so much, Alexandra, for inviting me to Healing Our Earth tribe, or shall I say family. This is the very first time I'm actually joining you guys. And as Alexandra says, I wear multiple hats. And I think all of us do. And is for us to understand when or which hat is appropriate at whatever time. So first and foremost, I've got 20 plus years working as a nurse in the NHS and progressed to being manager. And also I've got a older teenage daughter who is currently at university. And that is also an interesting journey throughout the years, because also I've been a single mum, not an absent father, so just clarify that, but he's been there, but just obviously when it comes to parenting, you tend to do most of it. Of just a little bit of background of myself. I was never born in London. I traveled from the sunny Isle of Jamaica, and it's just after 4, and you can see I've tried to capture the outside sun, but it's non-existent at the moment. This is just the London weather, if you all know what London weather is. And so from that, it's about really maintaining peace. And for me, I've been trying to think of what value am I gonna add to you guys today? Because for me, everything is about, the older I've gotten is more of what value am I gonna add? And I always want to add value. So if I'm gonna have a conversation, I'm always thinking, what am I gonna leave you with? I'm also a qualified coach. So I have transitioning from, I'm looking at retirement. I don't look it, but please bear with me. And is to just do a little bit more of, giving back. And my way of giving back is around how can I actually help others becoming a better version of themselves. And because I think since COVID, if any of you, well, all of us will remember COVID, because it's affected us one way or another. I was in the peak of the pandemic, working frontline as well, assisting my colleagues, training them to work, because my background is intensive care nursing. So even educating, other nurses, and coming from that, for those of us who've been in the healthcare, well-being was never a priority. It was always about putting the patient first and just get on with it. And if you've got any stress or any issues, you leave it at the door. And I've been guilty of telling junior colleagues the same. But COVID really, really opened our eyes a lot in terms of self-care, well-being, how you go about it. Some of us, when it comes to yoga, some of us, especially when it comes to culture or religion, we've never really looked at yoga from that perspective. We always thinking it's something, woo-hoo-hoo or whatever, however you probably see it. But for me, it was like, don't do yoga because yoga is this, etc. But when it comes to really being present, I've actually learned to say that yoga is more about being in tune with yourself. And we're always talking about self-awareness. It's how do you become aware of yourself and others? Because wearing this multiple hats, for me, everybody's always coming to me for guidance because of the character that I am. And I'm always willing to share and giving of myself, never even asking anything. Because if I need support or help, I always try and figure it out. You know, those macho, what they say, black women. You know, you just get on with it. You know, you just, it's your burden, so you carry it. And for me, it's just really 2026 is a new year. It's time to really park those unhealthy habits that is no longer serving you. And what benefit is that of trying to do everything? And it's not possible at the same time. You can do everything, but it's just how you choose to do it and in what order. And it's to give yourself that permission. The previous speakers have always talked about breathing, and I think that is the core of everything that we do, because when you're looking at the fight or flight, I'm not going to go into detail of the physiological of you know, you breathe in, but when you think about it, and what has helped me, especially in a stressful environment, and I still have it, is to really take those pauses, deep breaths. And it doesn't have to be long, because for me, you know, especially people who are in, I'm looking at practical steps, people who are managing individuals, looking at a service, because I oversee 5 different services in where I work, and looking at, and they're totally different. They don't interlink, and having 5 different leads that reports into me. And sometimes I'm flipping between, and when I know that somebody else is saying, telling me an issue, I have to really purposefully, consciously say, hang on a second, just give me a minute. And it's okay to do that. Just give me a minute, let me reground myself, and then I'll respond. Because we find, I personally, in the past, you know, you listen, but you don't really listen. You listen to respond. And when it comes to mindfulness, it's more about listening, then respond. When you listen, that helps with that fight or flight moment, because it really give you, you know, you pause. You don't have to, who says that you have to answer a question straight away? You don't. And for me, it's about being present, being in that moment, because you're going to have internal dialogue, internal conflicts. You don't know what somebody else has been going through in the morning before they come to work. You just don't know. And people are different. And for those of you who manage people, you know that there are multiple different characters that come to play. But what they're looking to me is, how do I really show up? How do I de-escalate things? And how do I really leave a positive mark and to get the job done? Because I've got my own objectives. The trust has their own objective. How do we really come into alignment? And it's self-awareness, being conscious of self, being conscious of others, and choosing how you want to show up. And this is what I've always said, even with my daughter, is a choice. Make that conscious choice. How do you want to show up? How do you want others to perceive you? Because perception it's very, very important, because you just want to say one thing out of place and people perceive you in a negative light. So it's about making that conscious choice. One of the quick things that I do, just a quick, for those of you who are busy and don't have the time, especially in the workplace, I usually just, if I'm going to go for a meeting or somebody call me and I know it's going to have a bit high level and there's going to be energy, I always pause and say, just give me a minute, and I'll go to the toilet and I'll just stand there, breathe, stretch, and just release whatever tension. Because what I don't want is to go into this high energy intensified area with my back up, because I'm thinking that I'm anticipating some conflict. So then that person who's going to be speaking to me, or whatever meeting it is, they also will have that high level intensity energy, and we're not going to get anywhere. So I need to also come from a area of peace, calm, and be available to really listen. And this is one of my recommendation for those who deal with others, is really come from a place of calmness. You don't need to shout. You don't need to, raise your voice, but just come from a moment of peace. But you have to get that peace first, and I think we've had multiple conversations, Alexandra, that you cannot pour from an empty cup. How do you really fill yourself? What time of the day is the right time for you? And you have to schedule those in. I remember years ago when my daughter, and I said to somebody, and I said to myself, hang on a second, we as parents have bedtime for children, something simple like that. But do we actually give ourselves specific time to say, we need rest? We need to carve that time. And I genuinely started scheduling sleep, because when you don't sleep well, sleep is so, so important that we take for granted. And, some people say, oh, you don't need more than 4 hours sleep, etc. But when you really think about when you don't get a good night rest, you're tossing and turning, you're rattled. Any little thing you react to it. So you become very reacting instead of proactive or responding. And when you really trace back, it's around, did I have enough sleep? Did I have enough hydration throughout the day? And did I even take a break? And, even visiting the toilet. Nurses have a habit, or people in the healthcare don't usually visit to really release yourself. And that is all part of self-care, is about how do I really come from a place of calmness and a place of peace. I also use, before I start, I've got a routine when I try to go to the gym in the morning most times. But as everything else, sometimes you just have other things that gets caught up in it. But one thing that I always make sure that I do, and I'm really grateful now that I'm able to drive to work, but even before, when I was working in central London, I always used to take that time, that journey time, to just really, really recenter myself, get me prepped for the day, because that is my peace. Now I don't park on site, but I park like 10 minutes away from work. And I think I think it was Rena or somebody was saying earlier on about mindful walking. And that is what I do in the mornings, really mindful walking. That sets me up for the day, and it just really recenter myself. So these have been some of my daily mindful way of doing it, coming from a multiple angle, from a parent to a daughter and a professional. And
thank you so much.
Sorry?
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was very helpful. I mean, prescribing yourself moments of stillness,
yeah,
or rest, regular sleep, bedtime, this walking from the car to work. This is like, these practical things are very, very important. It's like almost like survival guide that is like common sense, that we just forget it. And they're crucial moments and crucial functions of our body. And we also, as you say, then we model that in our family, in our professional milieu, and it's just ripples, like these well-being ripples throughout the world, that we just start doing just by protecting our own energy, as a medical necessity, actually, not a luxury.
No, it's definitely not a luxury. And then a lot of times, for me, let me just add this as well. A lot of times people say, stress, I'm so stressed. And that word is used more common now. And my take on that is, there should be no need for stress. It sounds really, bear with me a moment. I always say, why try and stress yourself or worry about the things? You shouldn't need to worry about anything. And the reason why I say this is because if you can make a change to improve that thing that you're worrying about, then no need to stress. And on the flip side, if you're stressing about something that is totally outside of your control, then what can you do? So why worry? So that has always been one of my motto, is no need to worry and stress, because when you think about stress has a physiological impact on your body over your health. I've seen where people worry about a lot of things, and even for myself, as a over the years, and that's why I've taken this stance. Is when you have issues, and sometimes there's some really, really challenging and complex issues that people go through, and I'm not dumbing it down at all. But I've seen where even stress, and when they say that stress is a killer, it is. Because I've seen for myself in the past, not now, but in the past, where I was stressed up about something that was going on. It had impact on, it could have impact on a lot of other things. But I also found myself attending A&E because I had palpitation and I was convinced I was having a heart attack, right? And when the clinician did all the tests and they said, nothing is wrong with you, it's stress. And I was like, what? I am too young to have heart attacks and coronary and palpitations, all of that. And that was when the moment I made that decision and that choice to say, if this is going to be something that is going to be detrimental to my health, that I have no control over, that is the key, no control over, I am going to release it. And I am going to let it go. And that is when I started practicing meditation. It wasn't very consistent, but at least that was more or less my introduction to really looking at mindfulness and looking after my health. Because I look at it and I said, if I am in pieces, there's no way I'm going to be able to make real conscious decisions to influence change or to hold down my job. Because if you're not making the right choices and the decisions, you're going to be, like someone's going to be calling you to say, well, you're not performing, performance management stuff. But equally, coming back at home, when you're having that high level stress, are you going to be present for your family? Are you going to be present for, I've got one daughter, like I said, I've mentioned, and I made that choice to have her. So I need to make that choice again, is to what relationship do I need to have or want to have with her? Do I want her to see me as always stressed? She can never come to me, or we can never laugh or go out. And that is where I say everything interlinks, because before, they used to say, leave your problem at the door when you go into work. But it's that whole person. You don't bring part of yourself anywhere. You bring your whole self everywhere. So how do you really maintain and bring your whole self that you want others to see and you're happy to share with the world? And this has been my my motto, is how I manage myself, and hopefully others will see and want to, ask me, what am I doing?
Absolutely. I think this is just the beginning of your visits out to Healing Our Earth. Please come again, stay a little bit around. There might be some questions and you might want also to comment on some of the guests. That was very, very insightful. Thank you so much, Nadia. We have to go on to the next guest, but please stay, Nadia.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Next guest, Leah, is, she's already here. She is in Croatia at the moment. She travels a lot as well as many of our guests. Sometimes we just make an appointment and then they are at the next train stop or the airport. So I think Leah is in Rijeka or Zagreb in Croatia. And she's an artist and also yoga teacher and all kinds of other things. But first of all, I would like to, Leah, if you put, hi, and now I can see you. If you can unmute yourself. Yes. If you can maybe just say in your own words, you have been here with us this afternoon. There were many different systems from religious, medical background. We heard beautiful, like singing, the healing power of sound, of fire, of play, of yoga, meditation. What is your approach to all of these topics? And if you could introduce yourself also to us.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Well, first of all, it's been lovely, and I want to say global namaste and thank you for inviting me to this circle. We've been sitting for over 2 hours. So let me do an experiment first before I start talking. Can we just move our body a little bit? I have this huge desire and need to move my shoulders. And if I can invite you or give you permission to also move your head, move your shoulders, because I can feel the sitting is not doing us good for such a long period of time. So anything that feels comfortable to you, maybe a couple of twists and anything that will release the tension in your body. So that would be inspired by Lovelina, who said, enjoy the present moment. So I'm like, let's enjoy the present moment and feel it. The next one I would like to do is take a deep inhale and then a loud exhale. 2 more times. Great, now I can start. And I'm going to also do one more experiment, if you will indulge me. Before I go into the story about me, ask yourself, how do you present yourself to people? Like when you think about yourself, what do you say? I am? Do you present yourself as your profession? What comes up to you when you think about yourself and presenting yourself to the world, especially to people who you've never met? And in a situation like people who have no touch, or you don't know if you have anything in common with them. What do you say about yourself? How do you present yourself? And then after that, take one more breath and then release. And in your head, ask yourself, who am I? Who am I? And if English is not your first language, then in your own language, ko sam ja. And then keep that thought in your head as I continue talking. So when Alexandra asked me to give myself a title to introduce myself, I asked myself, who am I? Tko sam ja? And the answer that came actually is the little funny title that came up here. It's Perimenopausal Earthling, Systems Challenger, Artist with Sourdough Obsession. Because at this moment, this is who I am. This is how I can present myself in the world. If you were to go back some 20 years ago, if you asked me, I would have never given such an answer. I would probably present myself as an account manager for a big IT company that holds enterprise accounts. And I would be very, very important, first of all, to myself. And then everybody would think I'm looking down on them. And at the time, that was also true for me. I had no connection to spirituality and no interest whatsoever. If I go back even more, when I was 9, I was 8, and I was asked by a family friend for my 9th birthday. And she was actually referring to Barbie, something between Barbie kitchen and a Barbie bedroom, because her daughter had both, and I really kind of admired them. But also her husband had some beautiful illustrated yoga books. And to her huge surprise, I said, I would like a yoga book and a Barbie kitchen. So basically, cooking and yoga ended up revisiting me in the future as some of the outlets or self-healing instruments. So the first time I actually did a headstand, I was maybe 12, just learning, teaching myself from the book that I received as a 9-year-old. So working in an IT industry in a high achiever, a highly stressful job where I was traveling around the world a lot, I started also, I think Nordea mentioned stress. I was so unhappy and so stressed. I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't get up in the morning. It was sort of as living through my own personal hell. And as we all know, our body keeps the score. Our body, you can, whatever feelings you don't process, you don't work through. Remember, I was not doing yoga at the time, I was not meditating. It gets kind of stuck in your body. So when I finally kind of made the transition out of that world, corporate world, I chose another profession, but talking to my father, my late father, was really, really inspiring, is because he put me onto this book called The Presence Process by Michael Brown. I don't know if any of you have gone through that book, and that was life-changing for me. That book is sort of a self-inflicted meditation in a way that it guides you. It's a guided meditation through a book. And through that, I've been really interested. At the time I moved to Canada, and there was a temple nearby, and I decided to just go through to their meditation class, because I realized that, you know, people are also putting so much attention to their bodies. They go to the gym, they go run, work out, but nobody really takes care of their mind enough. And my mind felt crazy. My mind felt racing. No matter how much I calm my body down, my mind was a loose cannon in a sense that, I mean, we all do this to ourselves. We sort of create our own troubles in our own head before they even happen sometimes. And Nordea was also mentioning how, you know, you're stressing because you're obsessing over things that haven't happened or are never even going to happen, but you worry too much. And I realized that the guru at the time that was leading the meditation class asked us to sit still for 3 minutes and choose any object in the room and think about it for 3 minutes. For me, I chose a lily, a beautiful lily. I was thinking about it from every single possible ways. I was thinking of words to describe it. I was thinking of colors and the ways to see it. And then I was like, oh my God, these 3 minutes are so long. Did he forget about us? So I started hearing the tick-tock of a clock on the wall. I started hearing the traffic outside the window. I was like, this is, I don't know, is it 10 minutes already? And I opened my eyes and I saw the clock, and it was exactly, I think, somewhere between 14, 15 seconds passed. So I realized that it really takes time to kind of figure out how to be calm, how to put yourself in the situation that your mind also is not running loose, running wild. And also, so my research kind of took me through a Vipassana, a 10-day silent meditation retreat. Some of you might know it and been through it. I've been through it 3 times, even though after the first, I never thought I would have gone back. But I went back to serve. And also that's brought me to a yoga teacher training later on in 2015. Even though before I was kind of obsessed with doing yoga for 4 years, I was at yoga studios nonstop, if I could, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. So, but being and also one more, I think, I'm not sure if Rena must have mentioned that. The people who are highly strung, and I am one of those people, usually choose something that is like opposite of what is good for them. For me, yin yoga at the time was torture. I was so frustrated by yin yoga. I really didn't like it. And this is exactly what I needed. And I learned that at my yoga teacher's training, where we did yin yoga portion of the training, and I was already frustrated that we had to do it. But, you know, what we said about body storing emotions, we did the frog, and I started crying. I started crying out of nowhere. I felt like I was mad. All of the sadness, the tears came out, and then I started laughing like a mad person. And then I realized it's the emotions that needed to come out. They were coming out, but I needed this movement. I needed the release. I needed to work through my fascia and my joints and the tendons. They needed to release all that stored energy. And I don't know if any of you are interested or have read the book by Gabor Mate. It's When the Body Says No. He also writes about the trauma being stored in body, and actually how the sickness develops if you're not taking care of yourself, if you're not listening to yourself, and if you're not putting yourself in the schedule. So what I would say, my whole life sort of is like a healing journey. I went through like a high powered position where I was headhunted to lead IT companies as a regional manager, to almost living like a student or living like a sage, and starting afresh with new eyes. Like somebody said, yoga always should be, or whenever you practice, you should always think as a novice. So my whole life, I've been in these circles of starting something new, but I mean, what I've noticed that the healing, for me at least, happens through movement, meditation, and creation. So that's where we come to the artist with sourdough obsession. So if movement and meditation you take care of through, let's say, yoga or any other way. I go swimming. Yesterday, it was 12 degrees centigrade. The sea was above 10. I went for a nice cold swim that kind of restarted my body and gave me energy. That's also the way I try healing myself, because as a perimenopausal earthling, I started having some crazy ghost pains. I didn't know where they came from. Also, like Nordea said, I went to the hospital, tried to see what's going on, and it seems like my high cortisol and stress have been working with my body, in the sense that I had such terrible pains I couldn't even turn in my bed at night from pain. So the cold water really, really helped me in the last year and a half. But creation. So for some people, it's singing. For some people, it's writing poems. For some people, it's doing hobbies. For some people, it's art or cooking. Why I say sourdough obsession is because that's the latest thing. I'm also trying to heal my gut. And it seems that making sourdough is really, really has been beneficial for my digestive system. We all know that lately, you know, the planet is crazy. Everything that is happening around us is very, very stress-inducing. All of the people here are very emotional and very well-meaning people who take that to heart a lot, and feeling helpless sometimes is even more frustrating. So rather than, taking on more effects to our body, sometimes like cooking or making art is something that we all need. I don't know. So maybe I didn't mention, but when it comes to art, I'm just finishing my master's in sculpture. And that's also a big part of my healing journey. So
Maybe, yeah,
take
maybe
away
you
with
can
questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think you will be our guest for the vegan cuisine. Then we have like also like there is some music episode. I think there is an art episode also sometimes in March or something. So just like for Nordea, no, and for you also your first time here, but definitely I really hope not the last time. And I see there is a hand raised. Lata has a question for you, if that's okay. Lata,
Sure.
go ahead.
Take it away, Lata. Hi, Lata. Who are you?
Hi, hi. I'm from London and another earthling being.
Global Namaste.
Global Namaste. You're beautiful, and so is Alexandra from Inside Out. So, what I would like to ask you is you said the healing process for the last, from the cold baths for the last year and a half. How has it helped you? You said it helps. I'm just fascinated because
Okay, so I can just I'm going to describe the last week where twice I went first to a cold sea. So I swam for between 15 to 20 minutes in the cold sea first. And when I say cold, it's not really cold. It's like 10 degrees centigrade. So for some people, it's impossibly cold. But, if you know that there is like a world cold swimming association, and they say that cold water is, I think, I'm not sure if they say under 4 degrees or under 8 degrees centigrade. So by their standards, it would not be considered cold water. But for me, it is. And actually, for women, I think it's not good to go too cold. And also, you should also be aware if you have a cycle, as a woman who has a menstrual cycle, you should not probably do it before the end of your cycle, but at the beginning, for the first 3 weeks of your cycle, it's fine. Last week, maybe you shouldn't because of the cortisol raising high. But so last week I went first swimming in the cold water, and right after that I went into the hot pool and then swim in the pool. Why? Because it's my last part of my cycle, so I need the hot to offset the cold because I don't want the cortisol raising too high. And after I did the hot part, I feel like I'm flying, but I feel exhausted. And yesterday I didn't have the time for the pool, and I just went into the cold water, but it was nice and sunny and beautiful and lovely. And I stayed in the water for 20 minutes, and I dressed myself really warm, and I had so much energy. Lata, if you have a chance to try it, you will feel the the electricity on your skin. You will feel your whole body, the circulation flowing through your body. You will really feel reinvigorated. And I am 100% sure it's helping because I can feel it. My pains after when I stop swimming, I start getting some pains back.
oh,
But
yeah, I
I
was
have to
wondering
say,
about your pain levels. But yeah, you're saying it brings your body alive and tingling sensations, and you feel rejuvenated.
well, yesterday after that swim, I came home and I had so much energy. I didn't stop working, like cleaning, cooking, whatever I needed to do. Yesterday was no problem at all. I didn't have to take an afternoon nap, nothing. I was just going all the way.
But then
so much.
you also mindful of the time of the month.
Yes, 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 yes. Well, if you are already in your menopause, then it's different. Then, like for men, it doesn't really matter for them. They can even go into colder. And if you're in menopause, then your cycle is not affected so much because your progesterone and cortisol you don't need the progesterone to help you get your period anymore. And your progesterone is really sensitive to cortisol. And if your body is under huge stress, then it kind of prevents your progesterone to work with estrogen, you know.
Thank you so much, Leah and Lata. I think really we need to move on. Do we have still time for Nardea's question? Leah, stay around if you have time. Just a question for Ridi.
We have more time for Q&A, which is fantastic. I really think a brilliant conversation so far, and so much more that we can actually go into. And I think with, especially being women, being on menstrual cycles, the first 3 days or so is the time that we've got to be so careful and so easy on our bodies because our hormones just work differently. That's the time when I recommend to my clients they need things like ujjayi breathing, which really resets that whole vagal tone. It's just a constriction in the back of the throat, but it's something that enables us to just be present, and it's such a calming technique. Because if we look at that from a Ayurveda perspective, it's also the time when Vata is at its highest. Now, Vata, it's all about air. It's about feeling into that air and ensuring, because when we actually is higher. So therefore, we need a calming practice, something that's going to get the fire going within us, some excess air. So it's exactly what Leah was talking about when it comes to having that heat and the cold and the balance between the two as well. And Leah, I am actually interested to know if you've experienced that for yourself when you've been on your menstrual cycle. I know you're saying you're not there anymore, but have you noticed anything even with postmenopause?
I am in perimenopause, so I'm not in menopause yet. So I do for the maybe a couple of days before my period, and then when my period starts, I will not go in the cold water. But then the rest of the after all the way after my ovulation phase, a little bit, even a few days after my ovulation, I will still go for cold swimming. But I think it's important to know also that for me, that's kind of cold water swimming. It's not so much cortisol inducing anymore because I'm used to it. Some people, like, you get used to it with time.
Yeah.
Whereas at the beginning, if you just start, it will be a huge attack to your body. Now I kind of crave it. I was craving it the other day, and the weather was terrible. There was no sun. It was really gray. It was maybe 6 degrees centigrade air, but I really just craved swimming. And when I swim, I wear a cap and I wear goggles, and I go for like, I dive. I dive because you go in the underwater and you see the fish and everything's blue, and you just get a different. You're almost like going into a different world for a little while, almost like meditation. Very short meditation.
You're like
Thank
our
you.
time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. Global Namaste, Keith. It's lovely to have you. After a long time with Tai Chi and Qigong and yoga and meditation. And kindly unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, everybody. Global Namaste to everybody.
Namaste.
I only have a few minutes because I've double booked myself for another meeting at just after 5 o'clock for the United States. One thing I would like to offer is best wishes to the aging gentleman called Neil Kumar. All right. Happy birthday to Neil. All right. And everybody here, lovely to see your smiling faces. Alexandra, I am receiving more and more about coming to Croatia, and I'm afraid the insurance is too high for me now. Anyway, please carry on. I'm here just for a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the wishes as well as thank you for your contribution. Dr. Anukul, yoga and meditation has been very close to you in form of one way or the other, where you have been experiencing it on the self, experiencing on your clients, and also sharing it with people. What would you like to share with our viewers today?
There are, thank you, things about yoga. First of all, to be connected to the element of consciousness and to be aware of what consciousness is. Number one. Number two is, of the 7 chakras, the first 3 chakras at the bottom right, they tend to give you stability and your emotional content. But the next 4 chakras are very important for you to become good participant in the community. So the more you have stabilized yourself, the more easier it gets for us to work towards a community, to work towards people, and to be much more giving and taking care of others. So it is very important for us to develop our sense of belonging first, stabilize ourselves properly, physically and physiologically, and then once that is done, then you can take care of the community. The third thing I wanted to talk about was the Lee's comments about the fundamental concept which she was talking of was how vagal what do you call swimming in the cold water. Let me put it like this: it's a very nice vagal hack, trying to stimulate the vagus, and this can also be done while taking a shower, even in our house. We can have normal water to start with, but later on you can change to cold water for even a short period, and that stimulates the vagus nerve again, and that tends to work on your parasympathetics and completely all the way from the brain down to the reproductive organs. And I think that's at least just a little bit that I will just talk about the how to stimulate the vagus while taking shower.
Yeah, that's also a very good idea. In fact, beyond that, I would say if somebody wants to shower in hot water and suddenly cold water pours up, automatically vagal nerve stimulation happens. Or while playing, the children sometimes throw water or something like that. I think there are a lot of ways in which the vagus nerve gets stimulated, and people also don't know from time, like in these phenomena, what happens to them. But a little awareness about these things and how it stimulates your root chakra and specifically your the sacral chakras, uh, it has a very clear indication. A little idea and insight on these things can give you a very nice idea to know about all these things. A very small example would be facing a fearful situation and seeing what is happening around your lower abdomen. If you feel, you can really feel the fear around that area, and you can really understand how the stimulus of these nerve plexus in connection with these chakras play a very tremendous role in small feelings that we have, or pounding up of our heart, or the butterflies in our stomach. So there are a lot of small things that you see and insight which has a very close correlation with your hormones, your emotional states, as well as the chakras around you, which clearly depicts a very good sense of science behind what our spiritual texts have been saying, and how we can use them in our day-to-day life for practicing. When my clients I suggest to my clients a lot of stuff in terms of what asanas are good, what gems are good, what can be utilized for them as an astronomical point of view, from the physical point of view, which doshas get affected by the chakras, which asanas are good, and how they can align their lifestyle. I think these kind of combinations in subtle way gives a very beautiful aspect. We also have with us Dr. Anjali. Let's ask from her what are her tips for yoga and meditation. She is from the field of physiotherapy. She's a physiotherapy expert, as a wellness expert, and lot more. Global namaste and a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Anjali.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste, everybody. And happy birthday, Dr. Neil Kumarji. I hope he's having a lovely time wherever he is celebrating his wonderful day and evening. Yoga is a beautiful science, Dr. Amrita, and I feel as Dr. Anukul and both of you have mentioned about the vagus nerve stimulation, just the cold water plunge. People are just doing this 30-second cold ice bath or just smearing their face in cold ice water. It just kind of shakes away all the stress away. And the vagus nerve is something which is the longest nerve, which is getting all stimulated after that activity. So the stress response of our bodies get better, and we are able to tolerate more painful situation, more fearful situations. And yogic breathing, as I've been hearing from the beginning of the talk of wonderful speakers here, so much of breathing we learned from Rena, and we learned about how to do the abdominal breathing, the belly breathing, the diaphragmatic breathing, so much things, the way we control our breath, and the time of breathing cycles, like how much time do we breathe? It's so important. As Riddhi was mentioning, if we can get power over of how much breaths we are taking per second, per minute, I think we can control our emotions well, our thought process in a very, very diligent manner. So yoga is a way of life, and that's what I think all kind of natural sciences or behavioral science. Everybody's talking about yoga now. Yoga has become part of our living, day-to-day living. It's just like how we breathe, how we sleep, or how we think now. I think over to you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Anjali, before we move to our other guests, I'd like to also ask you, how do you combine physiotherapy and yoga? Physiotherapy and yoga has got a tremendous effect, and at our center as well, in my hospital, we practice physiotherapy, yoga in alignment with asanas, in terms of Ayurvedic treatments and holistic healing treatments. And I really understand that there is a very good connection that we can make. So, how can people benefit from amalgamating the two sciences together? Can you throw some insight for our viewers? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. So we use it a lot in our prenatal clients, moms who are pregnant, because they undergo a lot of stressful situations because they have to manage pregnancy-related bodily changes, back pains, sitting and working if they're IT people. They also have a lot of fear of unknown, right? Something unknown, something, a new chapter added to their life. Yoga helps them to calm down, helps them to center their breathing, which is so essential for the growing fetus. And also, physiotherapy exercises along with the prenatal yogic breathing, it has done tremendous benefit for them to have a natural birth. I've seen a lot of these moms, if they start doing their exercises way too early with breathing consciousness, they definitely have a very smoother delivery without any pelvic floor injuries, and they're able to cope up with the challenges of childbirth very easily. Then we have a lot of IT folks who are working all day long, working for 8 to 12 hours, seated on a chair. Yoga has helped them to get back into their, like flexibility, mobility, whereas physiotherapy comes in the face of prevention of the pain and also curing the pain. Yoga is helping them be more mobile, more active throughout their life. Like even Surya Namaskar early in the morning just wakes their bodies up. Vagus nerve toning. It's just really helping them calm down because they're sitting in front of the PC all day long. They don't breathe better. They're seated in a very, very slouch posture, which also affects their breathing levels. So yoga like Surya Namaskar, Bhujangasanas and all, they just opens the chest muscles, They tend to draw in more healthy way of breathing oxygen. So I think a combination of both of them is a lovely way of life, and I think we can prevent surgical interventions. Dr. Anukul will definitely agree to it. The spine surgeries which are happening can be prevented if both of these sciences are brought in together on day-to-day basis. Yeah. Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali. Thank you so much. It's time to move to UK, where we have our regular guest contributor, Dr. Kailash Parekh. Global Namaste. Good afternoon. A very warm welcome, Dr. Kailash. Kindly unmute yourself.
A global namaste to everyone. Thank you, and a very happy birthday to Anil Kumar. I don't know whether he's joined us, but many happy returns. I'm so delighted to introduce my first guest speaker, Mr. Devendra Panisa, but Dav for short. So a little bit of introduction to Dav. So Dav Panis is an internationally recognized authority on meditation, consciousness, and health, and the founder of Gurmat Psychology, the fifth force and the Gurmat therapy. With over 3 decades of teaching, research, and applied practice, including his work at the Flame Center for Mindfulness, Holistic Health and Wellbeing in Coventry, he is widely known for restoring the authentic ontological foundation of meditation, reclaiming it as a pathway of awareness rather than a technique for stress management or self-improvement. His work exposes the colonial impact of meditation, revealing how indigenous sciences for consciousness were reduced to techniques, belief systems, and psychological tools. By addressing the root causes of depression, anxiety, and chronic stress, he reframes suffering as a signal of egoic fragmentation and the loss of resonance with Nam and Hukam, bridging ancient Gurmat Indic wisdom with contemporary consciousness studies and I can't say this word, numerology. He presents meditation as the medicine of Nam, restoring human coherence and liberating consciousness at its source, the pathway to Dharma. Over to you, Dao.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I guess you can hear me. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this introduction. It's maybe a little bit too wordy. I'll try to refine it. So my name is Dav, and I want to speak about how, in my experience, and my experience is based on experience itself rather than learning and knowledge and all that kind of stuff. My background being in sciences and all of that, biomedical, so I'm able to integrate the two together. What I've discovered is, over the last 30 years or so of this work, is how meditation, and now yoga in particular, and meditation over the last 15 years or so, how it has been colonized. Not has it just been colonized, but it's been colonized and then sold back to you. And it's sold back to you without the juice. And how can I make this clear to you? So what the colonization, when we think about colonization, we normally think it's someone that comes and takes your land. But what has happened is the colonization has happened in the colonization of consciousness. And that's the crux of it. What Sanatan Dharma stands on, what Gurmat stands on, what Buddhist stands on, all the indigenous worldviews are based on the science of consciousness. And you may disguise it and you may present it in different ways, depending on your cultural kind of background, but the reality is it's about consciousness. And what I've found is, because I deal with, or I've been treating people now for certainly for the last 2 decades, some maybe 35,000 people, that individuals who are introduced to meditation, for argument's sake, and I call this McDonald's meditation, which has been reframed as mindfulness, What I'm finding is that there is no understanding of what you would call significant adverse events. Now, people like Miguel Frias, Dr. Miguel Frias, and some of my students have done quite a lot of research in this and understood that meditation, for example, isn't, well, it's certainly not about stress management, depression, and anxiety. That's just the side effects of practicing a particular way of becoming present. But in becoming present, the whole basis of meditation is to recognize the sense of self, number one, which is your egoic complex. You can call it home, you can call it hankar. There are many different ways of describing that mechanism. And secondly, recognizing it, and through the recognition of it, using buddhi, your discernment, in order to recalibrate and regulate your space, your sense of being, going back into states and stages of consciousness. So we have in meditation a very defined science, without the religious stuff, right? So I'm talking about it purely in terms of states and stages of consciousness, which can be measured through brain waves, which can be measured through heart coherence, which can be measured through oxygen intake and retention, which can be measured through your biophysical, your cortisol level, your adrenaline level, over and above the electromagnetic frequency of your heart. So we have a science. However, this science has been repackaged. It's been repackaged and been sold to us as a stress management tool, as is yoga. So you have hot yoga today. You have beer yoga today. You have yoga that has been commoditized. And I feel that this commoditization of really what I call is sacred divine sciences is misleading many individuals down a path that is dressed in the garments of spirituality, but in reality, it is not sufficient. And why isn't it sufficient? Because meditation, in its essence, if you follow the process, you will find it is about the self-realization, self-sovereignty, and self-actualization. In the process of self-realization, the ego deconstruction space gives rise to something that is called spiritual emergency or spiritual emergence, which has been reframed as psychosis. So either you have psychosis through taking psychedelics, or you take psychosis you can do through meditation. Now, where is this understanding coming from? It's not certainly not, there's no understanding in YouTube. There's no understanding without lineage, without actual lineage, that you can trace at least 5 teachers behind. I feel meditation or yoga being presented is not being presented as its authentic space. It's not being presented on how you understand reality and how you understand self. In fact, it's been presented in a way which has been doing the same thing over and over again. Reinforce a sense of identity, a spiritual ego, yeah? And we are all chasing these hacks, yet not realize that it is whole coherence between brain, mind, which are 2 different things, breath, heart, and hirla. 5 different mechanisms that have to be aligned, which gives rise to what you would call optimum health, personal and transpersonal. No need to hack it, no need to go, but simply learn how to bring coherence. And the reason I speak about this isn't because I need to point fingers at what's going on around us, but basically to show that there are consequences, because the ultimate output of any of these processes, whether it's yoga, whether it's meditation, are basically 2 different things. One, either you're learning how you're going to die and the way to die, good life, good death, that kind of thing. More importantly, it is about recognizing the sense of self and moving beyond the egoic sense of self, more towards an expression of being. Now, the expression of being gives rise to sovereignty. And sovereignty here isn't about force, isn't about power. It is about self-sovereignty. And this has always been the Achilles heel for the colonizers, which is why religions, which what used to be called dharma, has been now labeled as religion, spirituality. Dharma and religion are two different things. It is not a belief-based idea, which is what a religion is. Dharma is a way of being. It is authentic, ethical space which arises out of an individual like a blooming flower once they practice something according to prescribed rules, and most importantly, an individual who has at least walked further than you have. So what I want to bring to mind is that, look, as much as it's important for us to propagate and get into these particular sciences of consciousness, it is also a concern to ensure that we know what we are doing. We know what we are doing. And it's not simply a question of following something because we've seen it on YouTube or TikTok or someone presenting it in that way. But it needs to be something that has lineage, that has experience, and knows both sides of the path. And only someone who has traveled that path is able to talk about it. Whereas with colonization, it's really just go to a university, go to India, do your 12-week program, and all of a sudden you're a guru into Buddhism or yoga or any of that sort of stuff. This stuff needs to be pointed out and called out so we can preserve that which needs to be preserved. I think I've spoken enough. Is that enough? Because I can go on for hours, right? But I was given 10 minutes to speak. Yeah. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions, then I'm happy to touch.
Unmute.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know how much you've heard of this, but thank you so much for a very interesting, insightful presentation again. Honestly, I'm always blown away when I come to your retreats. It's very uplifting, very empowering. So thank you again. We do have some questions from the audience. So Keith, if you may ask your question. Keith Sharp.
Hello. And I have it down as Dav Panesar, but I had it down as Bob Singh to start with.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm using my brother's computer.
So whatever it is, we do share one thing, Dav, which is the greyness. All right. And I'm sure under that lovely turban of yours, we are the same color.
Perhaps, but you don't know what I've got underneath that.
No, I know. Anyway, I have three things I'd like to mention. Is that, Dav, is that with regard to Tai Chi and Qigong, which I represent, we have held a very good session through Healing Our Earth and explaining what we think should be happening, which is the enjoyment of harmony between the Chinese and the Indian health and well-being cultures. That is a subject which, from a point of view of a practical person, not an academic, is essential. All right. So thank you very much for that. And I think we talk about colonization. I think we have many more words in Tai Chi and Qigong, in as much as that we have Qigong, we have meditation, and we have a whole range of things, which over the years, particularly since the Chairman Mao activities, have been in somewhat industrialized. I just want to make a quick note, if I may, Dr. Kailash, is that on the 22nd of February, I will be opening the program and talking about how we look at things in life. Now, this is going to be a personal interpretation of my journey through life, which is completely different to many people from an engineering basis. All right. I hope it's not too personal, It's about world life. Secondly is on the 26th of April, when they were celebrating Bill Douglas's World Tai Chi and Qigong Day, I am being offered to open that, and during that I will be mentioning the activity which I've been involved in for the last year, which is called the Global Expert Advisory Group. The intention is to actually recognize, as you've been saying, I believe, Dab, is that we need to understand not just the lineage and the history, we need to have the scientific and also the financial aspects identified for the Western world. We know Tai Chi, yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, Qigong, mindfulness, they're all good for us, but the Western world will only accept scientific evidence, and they will then benefit from the fact that if people are going to be qualified, they need to earn a living from it. So I hope you're around, because I now have to go off to another program where I didn't realize I was going to be a speaker as well. So I hope I've not bored you. And out of respect for you, Dad, I have been to Amritsar, and I have had the feeling of spiritual. I'm not sure whether spirituality is the right thing, but I have lived through, my goodness, what does this do for me? And it makes me, as a former critic of actually saying, I recognize this wonderful thing. So thank you for your time, for my time today, Dr. Kalish, and I'm afraid I'm going to leave as is now. All right. So global namaste to everybody. Thanks very much indeed. Being part of an Indian organization is fantastic. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So much,
and of course, Croatian.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you. All the best. Thank you for the dates as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So Dal, thank you again. Please stay around. Just wanted to see if Alexandra, did you have any comments to make on what Dal had to say? Any contributions?
No, I really appreciate your insights. They're very very well received. It needs time to really sit. It really needs time, to integrate and to thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kailash. And
thank you, Dal. Thank you for your time. I know how busy you are, but thank you. So it's time for our next guest speaker, Mr. Suresh Rajpura. So he's got a very short introduction here. He says he's based in Birmingham, UK, and 70 years of age, retired but not tired, full of energy there, very active in the community, does a lot of community services, and he's an international Vedic maths teacher, amongst many other things that he does, lots of sacred sciences like Vastu Shastra and all this. So over to you, Suresh. I know that your talk is about what meditation yoga is not, and that's quite interesting. So really looking forward to hearing your talk. Thank you. Unmute yourself, yeah.
Can I share the screen, please? Slide. Do I need to press anything to share the PPT with you? I can't hear you.
Alexander, if you could allow Suresh ji to share, make him co-host, if that's possible.
Let me try if I can share.
It's fine now. Yeah, you're co-host now, Suresh.
Thank you.
Need it.
Thank you, Alexander.
Bear with me, please. Namaste and a very good afternoon, friends. I hope you all are well. Right, before we start, a very happy new year to everyone. May you all be healthy, May you all be happy. As Kailash said, my name is Suresh Rajpura. I'm based in Birmingham, UK. And I'm involved with a organization called Sanatan Education Forum, which represents all the four faiths of India, which is Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh. So today is all about yoga. So let me see if I can connect with you all as well, because yoga is union, connecting. Connection of body, mind, and spirit, the union of three. This is what the main characteristic of yoga is. And I'm going to share with you some of the things that many of you may well not be aware of. Yoga, as many of you know, is at least 2,000-year-old science. You know, my friend, if Kailashi, and I'm just going to use her name because she's the only person I know, if she wanted to buy a mobile phone and money is not the issue, she will buy the latest version. If one of you wanted to buy the car and money is not the problem, you want to buy the latest car. Somehow we equate latest with most modern, with all the features, singing and dancing thing. Isn't it strange, my friend? Whilst we look for everything latest, when it comes to yoga, at least 2,000-year-old, and there's no latest version. It is still the same as it was originally. Like the previous speaker said, it might have been repackaged for a variety of reasons. But that is different thing from the content itself, that yoga, there's no, in the last 2,000 years, nobody has come up with a new asana, new posture, new idea, no philosophy. And that's why it's called Sanatan, part of Sanatan. Sanatan means something eternal. Like law of gravity, it always has been there. It always will be there. And it doesn't matter which God you believe, or even if you don't believe in God. If you jump from 10-story building, you die. No Christ or Krishna or Jesus can save you. So I represent that Sanatan philosophy. It doesn't matter how they say it, yoga remains yoga. Obviously, they have to run their business and they have to repackage it, but contents remain the same. Right. Although yoga is part of Hindu culture, but remember, it has nothing to do with religion. And I'm so glad that I was listening to the previous speaker. None of the four faiths of India, that's Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh, and I'm saying it deliberately in alphabetical order. None of the four faiths of India, that's Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh, they are not religion. Because to call something, some ideology a religion, belief in God is must. Indeed, you may well know, my friends, that in Buddhism and Jainism, or Buddha and Jain philosophy, there is not even a concept of God. In Hindu and Sikh, there is a concept of God, but God is not a being. And that's very, very important. It's all, like the previous speaker said, it's all about self-realization or finding that so-called God within you. There's no external God at all. And this is where yoga has a very, very important role to play. Rather than following someone, discover the one from within. God does not come into it all, full stop. If the belief in God helps you, that's fine. But God does not come into it all. So that is very important. Right, Patanjali Muni, like I said, it is his gift to the mankind. That's what we are today benefiting from. Now, don't we know, all my friends, yoga or no yoga, to being healthy is very, very important for vast majority of people. Whether they practice yoga or not, they believe in yoga or not, but being healthy and fit is very, very important. And to do that, to stay fit, people do running, jogging, swimming, push-up, and a lot of other forms of exercise. And from my perspective, anything you do is better than nothing. It will help you to some degree. So let's be very honest, yeah? So running, jogging, swimming, push-up, and anything and everything. That's all good, yeah? But did you know that more people practice yoga than all other forms of exercise put together in the world? And America has the largest number of yoga practitioners. If this many and millions of people practicing yoga, there must be something good about it. They must have found something within yoga practice that they couldn't find by going to the gym. And I'm not undermining going to the gym. Anything you do is better than nothing. Let's be very honest, yeah? But if they are doing, all these people doing yoga, then they must have found something more than physical fitness and healthiness. Now, here is very important thing. Yoga is just not asanas, because everybody thinks yoga as means you sit down in a posture, you chant Om and do some exercises. Yoga is just not asanas, and that is very, very important. If we equate yogas with just asanas as a fitness exercise, then really there's no difference between yoga and running, jogging, swimming, and all that thing. And it's very important. So where does it differ? Yoga is an 8 limbs of disciplines and practices. It's like you don't become a PhD by not going to university. And you can't go to university if you haven't gone to secondary school, high school, and primary school. So it's an 8 limbs step ladder towards discovering who you really are. And you got to do all that to fully benefit. However, whether you're starting yoga from today, tomorrow, or any time, I meant the asanas, yeah? Something is very, very important, and something is really overlooked by most yoga teachers, unfortunately. So what it is important before you start the yoga, that one should really practice 5 yamas and niyamas, which are the first 2 disciplines, do's and don'ts. If you start practicing the asanas, my friend, it's like going to the high school without going to primary and secondary school. That knowledge will just remain information. So if you really want to benefit, whether you actually do the practice asana itself or not, it is very important that we practice yamas and niyamas, or do's and don'ts, because going straight to the asanas is just does not give you the full benefit. You are skipping the foundation bricks of the yoga philosophy itself. And many a times there is a misconception, isn't it? Like everything else, not just about yoga. Somebody wearing a orange saffron cloth, he's got a big tilak like me, or this bindi like me, he chants few sloks in Sanskrit, does fancy posture and everything, we regard that person as yogi. I want to break that myth. Yogi is anybody and everybody, not necessarily wearing particular type of clothes, not from Hindu background, not from India as such, but everybody who practices the 2 first steps of yoga, that is yama and niyama, even if you don't practice the asanas as we know it. Yeah. So practicing those yamas and niyamas. Having said that, my friend, many people I know personally who don't practice asanas, they are true yogis because they follow the first 2 disciplines or the 2 limbs of yoga. And let's go to that one. So what are those 5 yamas? First, the yama, ahimsa. And I'm sure many of you have heard that, ahimsa or non-violence. Now, my friend, ahimsa is not something that you have a knife in your hand and you kill a what you call chicken or a goat or animal or thing like that. Ahimsa is not just that. Or not killing another human being out of anger or whatever it is. Ahimsa also means that we do not even think bad of anybody in our mind. That thought shouldn't even cross. When you kill somebody, it's the physical manifestation of your thought process. Everything starts in mind, as we know that, yeah? So ahimsa or non-violence is first integral part of our thinking. We do not even wish anybody bad, because that is also bad karma. Satya, speaking truth. Now we all believe in truth. And we all expect other people to be honest and truthful. Are we really ourselves? Most of us will very miserably fail on that one. Astay, not stealing. Not stealing, it doesn't mean that you break into somebody's house and take the goods or jewelry or money. Not stealing means if I learn something from Kailashji, and I'm just using her name here, right? I learn some idea, I go somewhere else, and then I put it as my idea. So it's still a stealing. So it's very important, but isn't it true, my friend? Yoga or no yoga? If you look at any books or the films, at the end of the books, there is an acknowledgement. I learned this thing from that person. I learned from that person. And that is very, very important that we are humble enough not to white label everything with our name as our idea, but give the acknowledgement and accept and appreciate where it comes from. So that is doing. Brahmacharya. Now, many people think brahmacharya means celibacy, not having sex. From yogic perspective, brahmacharya means it's the mental celibacy. So I don't even think of that way when I see another woman. And that is mental celibacy. And that is very important. Remember, if it's in mind, somewhere along the line, when the opportunity arises, it will manifest in physical action. So mental celibacy is more important than physical one. Aparigraha, which is non-possessiveness, let go. In Buddhism, non-attachment is at the cornerstone of that belief. Let go. There is a very famous English song called Let It Be, isn't it? And I'm sure many of you may have heard of that one. So those are the 5 yamas. And what are the 5 niyamas? Right opposite. Shows cleanliness, purity. In yoga, and here is yoga and Ayurveda are really 2 sides of the same coin. It's very important, yeah? Physical cleanliness is very important. That we have a shower every morning. Before we have a shower, we go to the toilet, cleanse our stomach, our body, and shower and everything. It's very, very important. Because would you really want to walk into somebody's house that is unclean, dirty, smelling? Of course not. So the good thoughts, positivity cannot come to us if our mind is full of a lot of negativity. So mental cleanliness is very important as well as the physical one. Santosh, contentment, acceptance. What is santosh? Say Kailash go to a restaurant and there's a buffet and it's 10 pounds. Now, because it's buffet, that means Kailash can make a right pig of herself. She can eat as much as she wants, more than she normally would otherwise. That is not santosh. You still eat the same amount as you otherwise normally. Because it's free or it's a fixed price, it doesn't mean you go balmy on that one. Discipline in our life is absolutely important. You see, we already practice discipline, isn't it? So when you're driving on a road, and I can only speak about UK, and I'm sure it's the same in other countries, there's a discipline, isn't it? You won't go faster than 30 miles or 40 miles or whatever it is, that you will drive on a particular side of the road, that you will park in a safe designated area and not. So that discipline we already follow. We need to bring those discipline and practice in our daily life, whether there's a camera watching us, whether anybody tells or not. Self-discipline. Swadhyay, who am I? What's the purpose of life? What am I supposed to do? What is expected of me? It's very important. Now, here is the last one is Ishwar Pranidhan, surrender or devotion. Now, my friend, this is in direct contrast with what the Sanatan value stands for, isn't it? God has no place at all in the whole thing. When we say Ishwar Pranidhan or surrender to or God, we don't literally mean God as such, as a being. Surrender means surrendering our ego, giving us that big I. And isn't it strange in the English language? And I'm sure, I don't know, I can't speak about other language. But English, when you write, say, I am Kailash, I is always big, isn't it? Capital. But when we say we, W, wherever it is, it's always small. So we need to surrender our ego, not to the God as such, but if belief in God helps you, that's fine. Anything that helps you and makes you a good, decent human being is fine. But belief in God is not much in any of the 4 of the faiths of India, and that's very important. Devotion means being humble, trying to help other people as best as you can. Now, seva is one of the important things. That means doing service, community service, or helping someone, whatever you call it, yeah, without the expectation of reward or recognition. That's why when Kailashi asked me for something about me, normally there's nothing about me. I don't exist. Am I there to promote my ego, or am I here to share whatever little I know. Here is very, very good. You will not like it, my friend. You will love it. And that's guaranteed. Normal yoga classes are standard set of asanas, but not all asanas are suitable for everybody, just as not all the food types are suitable for everybody. But in a normal yoga class, students go or the people go, and who is the yoga teacher? And I have absolutely no doubt they all are well-meaning people. But the most important thing is that not all asanas are suitable for everybody. And I'm going to expand a bit on that one. If you go to an Ayurvedic doctor, if you know about Ayurveda and all that thing, and you describe whatever problem you may be having, then apart from all the treatment he may describe or suggest, or the medicine is not the right word, but I'm in the absence of other things, I'm using that one, right? He or she may also prescribe you certain asanas. What do asanas have to do with the physical health? But you probably know that we are made up of 3 different gunas, which is Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Vata means people who have more Vayu or the air dominance in the body. By the way, we all have those 3 gunas. There's no doubt at all. Okay? It's just that some have more than others. Some have more Vata, some have more Pitta, and some have more Kapha. So the Ayurvedic doctor, depending on your prakriti or the body makeup or the type of body, he or she will prescribe you certain asanas. Now that makes yoga at the moment, everybody is doing all the asana, which is not very helpful at all, because it could push one of the dosha to a higher degree or suppress it. So it's very, very important that before you practice yoga itself, find out which one are suitable for you or not. If I can just give you a simple example, right? Vata people, for example, should not practice headstand or Shirsasana. Vata people are the one who are more Vayu or air dominated. Normally slim and tall people, they shouldn't practice headstand at all, because headstand does them more harm than any good. So now you can see the difference between different prakriti of the body type and the asanas. But Ayurvedic doctor, even before you say anything, he will already have a very good idea which asana you should practice or not.
Thank you, Suresh. Sorry I have to interrupt you. Are running over time, but that was really, really interesting. I've learned so much today from your presentation, what yoga is and what isn't. So
just very quickly, if I could just run through it, okay? Yoga people tend to be vegetarian. They are less of a burden to NHS or medical services. They normally don't engage in violence, and they have a very, very little criminal record, if at all. 3 limbs of yoga is very, very good and important. It will help you massively. If you have any question, please ask. That's it. And thank you for allowing me to whatever little I know.
Amazing. Thank you, Suresh. Thank you. You always present with lots of humor as well, so make it really interesting. So may I ask to take any questions from anybody? Yeah, what did you think, Alexandra, about the presentation that Suresh is just given us?
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that's like really the most important yamas and yamas, as I always said, like non-violence. And before we start like with physical, it's really important to do this, like whatever we have to do toward the universe and ourselves. And then we start with our bodies or vehicle for the soul, because as Suresh said, we need to cleanse, we need to understand, we need to get like in this relational, not this egotistical, my body, I'm going to push it, I'm going to do headstand, I'm going to do this. No, first we need to purify this relational and intentional, internal also prospects and aspects that we can really come to asanas that is not harmful and that is not just feeding our ego. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Dr. Amritaji. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kailash. Thank you, Suresh. It was a good insight on yoga and the tips from Ayurveda and the yogasana practices. Thanks a lot. It's time to move to our wonderful host as well as a regular guest contributor, Sharon Rose at USA, and where we see the bright sky and the clear sun, and may your life keep be blooming like that sun, Sharon. Belated happy birthday from
Thank you.
all of us. Global namaste, good morning,
Global
and
namaste. I'm up
wishes
in,
from everyone.
thank you. I'm in Boulder, Colorado right now. Came
Oh,
up to
lovely.
celebrate my birthday. I had a very nice dinner last night with BJ Shrestha, who's been on the show, the sitar and tabla player,
Mm-hmm.
and my other tabla player, Jeffrey Rogers, who was a student of Alaraka and Zakir. So it was
Mm-hmm.
a very, very nice evening at an Indian restaurant where I had a masala dosa.
Okay, lovely. I'm I'm glad India has given you such a big tinge of things, and I really wish that, this legacy that you hold of the Indian spices in your life keep continuing in your life, and you keep making everybody's life the same sweet and spicy everywhere, wherever you go, with all the times and all the years that you move ahead, and keep blessing all of us with your music, your mantras, and your essence of rose. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. And I was very pleased on my birthday itself. I received two more awards for Quantum
Mhm.
Chi movie,
Congratulations.
Shanghai Independent Film Festival, and Denver Movie Festival. And then last night I heard from the Esoteric Film Festival in Moscow. And
Wow,
they
congratulations.
wanted,
That's
yeah.
really a moment of proud for each one of us who's connected with you. And especially, I feel blessed to have you in my life. And I already told you, if I see myself in your age, I'll always look forward to be like you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Neil
So,
Kumar
so the
had
first
posted
thing, Sharon,
his
is
birthday.
that today's episode, yes, it was Neil Kumar's birthday as well. So we really wish you both souls a wonderful days and years, and may you both keep blessing us always with your grace as well as your wisdom that you always share with all of us. And that's what is yoga and meditation is about, your life's yoke. Today, I think you must tell about your life's yoke for 77 years of life and how it had been all the way from that Sitara Devi Sitara, the twinkling star of your life that has twinkled
Yes.
your life and it's still twinkling. That's so lovely.
It's so the first person I actually heard from was Jayanti for my birthday, her daughter, Sitara's daughter, who's totally carrying on the tradition in India. I'd love to bring her on the
Nice.
show. Um, yeah, I actually first encountered yoga in the 60s in college in dance. I was in dance and theater, and I had this amazing, I'm still friends with her, Maida Withers, who I brought on the show, who was just so advanced as a human being and a woman. And so we were in dance, but we were doing yoga. And then let's see, then in the 70s, yes, I was living in Boston and friends with a man named Victor Oppenheimer, and he was one of the ones that brought BKS Iyengar to the US. So I was able to study starting in the 70s Iyengar yoga, which was extraordinary. It helped my dancing and my life, my meditative essence, so much. His teachings, the alignment aspect and the inner focus. Like in dance, we were just taught morally like the outer form, right? We weren't taught um, to really be, uh, you know, perceiving what's going on inside and our alignment to a certain extent, but it really enhanced my modern dance practice. And then And I even was able to perform for him a number of times at Harvard University. I performed Shiva, my Shiva dance, for his 75th birthday celebration at Harvard. And then I had another time where I was performing really in a very quiet, like a house kind of concert, where it was just a few people and him. So that really informed me. And then I went in '83, I went to live with Guruji Siddhara, and wow. But aside from that, I took all those teachings that I received from her and all the Indian influences and then started looking at meditation and movement in all these other cultures, always looking for the essence of it all. And so I looked into Egypt, and I come out of a Jewish background, and then particularly Buddhist and Tibetan Buddhist, and then Taoism. And I really just look for the places where we all meet, where all of these teachings come together to bring us to these vibrational levels, both inner and outer, that are just profound. And I have to say that my time with Guruji was life-changing. But for me, dance is a meditation. And in her Benares Gharana, we learn a lot of embodiment. We're storytellers, so we learn all this embodiment of Shiva and Durga and the whole story, Mahisha and everything. And to me, that is an extraordinary meditation. And also the knowledge and the actual visceral experience of like transforming into Shiva or Durga has a very powerful effect, and really, I believe, enhances, or Saraswati, enhances your connection, Durga with strength, and Saraswati in all the music, and Lakshmi, my dear Lakshmi. So, yeah, and I have taught that and been absorbed in it. And then I applied all that knowledge to all these other cultures. So one of my fortes is the goddess, and looking at the goddess traditions in many cultures and using the knowledge I learned from Guruji of how to embody, now to do it with like Guan Yin of China or Isis of Egypt, and also the similarities in all these traditions of the gods and goddesses and their qualities and attributes. So for me, and I have a meditation group that's from the Tibetan Bun shamanistic early tradition, and it's called Dzogchen, the Great Perfection. And we meet, you've met some people like Peter May. We meet every week and do some incredible practices. The latest one of the ones we've been doing that's been very beneficial to me is we call it the practice without practicing. And in that, what we do is we focus starting with the crown chakra. And you do some breathing first, of course, some pranayama. Then you contract. In your mind, you sense that the chakra is actually closing and contracting, and then you open it. And you do that through all the chakras, and even the little ones in your hands and your feet. And I found that it is the best practice for getting to sleep, because my mind is like, I have so much going on, that usually now by the time I get to the heart chakra, I'm asleep. So you may want to try it out. It's just so simple. And sometimes I do it 3 times. And if I'm having like a sore throat, then I'll do the throat one a number of times. And if I'm having digestive problem, I just do that. And I've just found it so helpful. And now Peter is like out there, he was teaching it to his family to help them sleep. So there's so many meditative practices. I've learned so many different ones, and they have been of great, great, great benefit. Yeah, yeah. And here's our dear Wai Ching, and we've done a lot. She's like the queen, I'd go say, beyond that, of meditation, of guided meditations. Um, she does amazing, qigong. She's a qigong super master and healer, and she has done just beautiful, beautiful meditations. The people, in Crestone where I live, we have temples from all over the world, right? And she is taught there, and everyone, they're like, when is she coming back? When is she coming back? I want more. So here she is.
Oh, goodness. Global namaste, everyone. And Sharon, happy birthday. Thank you for being born.
Oh, well,
And
thank you.
weaving all these beautiful expressions of the divine feminine. I am
Thank you.
so humbled and lucky to be in association with you, if you want to put it that way, because we are born together, incarnated together to bring forth quantum chi. And I'm just so grateful for your presence on the planet to do this,
Thank you.
to dance with me.
Well, after last night being with BJ, because he's plays sitar and tabla, and so we're getting together on Monday night with Jeffrey, the tabla player, and we're gonna dance, and he'll start learning all my material. So maybe I'll be performing again this year.
Oh, I look forward to that. Everyone, I tell you, being with Sharon has been so inspiring for me. It's allowed me to be expressive, coming out in the world with this work. And for this, I'm ever grateful. And this mission of yoga and qigong, right?
Yes.
And I just, was just inspired by how you shared about yoga, and I'm inspired also to share a little bit before perhaps I can offer a meditation
That would be
that
wonderful.
yeah, in the yoga festivals, because I've been invited in so many yoga festivals, the Bali Yoga Festival, the Bali Spirit Festival, the one in Hong Kong, which is 3,000 people at this yoga festival in Hong Kong, and one in Jakarta, and I continue to be invited by yoga teachers actually to deepen with Qigong. And I said, really, you don't really need it, but they want it. And so what has happened is this beautiful intersection and correspondences of yoga and Qigong. And we know that you have given your story. So my story starts with the feminine, with my mother and my auntie in my family, Alice Lim and Ivy Lim, and they practice yoga. My auntie Ivy, who is now in her 80s, was featured in the newspapers as being one of the first yoga practitioners, as it's known, right, in Malaysia and Kuala Lumpur. And my mom used to practice that. And so I used to practice in my teens and starting the introduction to yoga first, and then also practicing Qigong in the temples. So from the very young age of the teens, I was already interweaving two of it, of the great traditions of the world. And then, I didn't quite realize it, but of course, when I was meditating, when I was in my teens, flying Singapore Airlines, when I was meditating, that I was actually downloading the source codes to the different parts of the world. And also I visited different parts of the world and to the different yoga studios, as well as in Berlin, the Hare Krishna. So I went there to have some vegetarian food, and it went into aesthetic dance, which is very much, popular right now, and with the yoga community. And it was very interesting because, of course, it was dance with contemporary music without alcohol, and we were so aesthetic with that. And now I lead aesthetic dances. I've led aesthetic dances to the yoga community with 200 people in attendance also. So And what I've done is actually combine yoga and Qigong and with somatic education, which is what I did for my BA and MA in health studies. But it was really a very aligning. So I know what you're talking about, as well as others. I can see the the nods of agreement into dance and honoring Nataraj, and so in the dance of the universe, and we dancing through life here, and yoga being union is really being in union with the self every day, and as a practice. And so I was feeling that for today, perhaps I could offer this meditation of the centering of the Qigong, the center. You know how we keep emphasizing the center, and in the Sutratma, how we can travel up the Sutratma, and in modern quantum languaging, it's the 0 point awakening, right? Back through the crown chakra to the void. And call it the Wuji, of course, but of course it could be what we
The
call moksha.
illimitable.
The illimitable, that's right. The void, the illimitable, the Tao, and we can call it whatever in the Ayurvedic terms, whatever you call it, to arrive at moksha, in the nirvana, in the Vida Atman, the wonderful union of the self. And so it's all the same. We are human beings. We have basically the incarnated anatomy, but we just call them different names. And one of my wonderful, and I say wonderful, as it fills me with wonder of the correspondences through all cultures, cross-cultural learning. And we are all really the same, and through the Silk Route and going to the Nalanda University, where we taught each other all this. And the exchanges were ancient, ancient, ancient. And now we are bringing it out, let's say, in this modern world, and this moment is healing our earth. And I'm just really pleased to offer this. And what I was feeling is also to be working with the Sutratma and the Ida Pingala, and how to weave them together in infinity. As you know, the Qigong that I've been guided to teach is Infinity Quantum Qigong. That's integrating the modern science as well with quantum science. So because when we looked into the atomic level, it's the same vibrational realities in the cellular structures of our bodies. So, and then we can go into the nadis and activate them. And so we can just bring in and accessing the information, the light in around us, and us in as light as well. So I was feeling to perhaps go through a very short, very simple meditation this way, that we can align. All of us who practice yoga can call in the names and the states of consciousness of the chakras, which is what I did for Dr. Deepak Chopra in the Seduction of Spirit in 1989, I think, in Goa. So that was very well received as well. So what do you think? Should I do that? Is that a good idea?
Definitely should. I'm ready. We're all ready
Okay.
for you.
Be ready and go on a little ride inwards, and Dr. Kailash is ready. So, okay. I don't know how much meditation was done, but I was feeling to do this. So if we would allow ourselves to go inwards, and of course, connecting with the beautiful breath and as always, and drawing in the prana from the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets. So at the time when we were born and we took our first breath to be exactly who we are. And once again, happy rebirth, Sharon. And then now we're going to celebrate all of us, our birth on the planet Earth, and having come in with our Dharma and in the practice of Bhakti Yoga, that we are here to serve in a seva, and that we are here to be, just be. And that is in Qigong, the practice of Sung, just being, just like in in yoga, in union, there's no efforting, really, to be in full alignment with the divine. So as we breathe in, as this is our connection with the planet Earth, we breathe in through the bronchial tubes, through the nostrils. And for those of us who would like to practice also the breath work, or the various breath work that we know, as we take in this breath from the practice of the single nostril breathing to Ujjayi breath, whichever suits you at this time, just start to integrate that very simple, all-encompassing principles of just being human. Breathing in now into the bronchial tubes, into the upper, the middle, and lower lungs, through the alveoli, into the air sacs. And allowing this life force, the chi, the prana, to go into the heart as light, into the auricles, ventricles, inner cava, the aorta, and sending this light, this life force, through the bloodstream to all the cells. And taking this now into the heart, into the liver, gallbladder on the right, the stomach, spleen, pancreas on the left. And as we do that, we are balancing the organ networks. And down into the navel. And here into the kidneys, into navel, it is the Tantien. And here you can send the energy also into the kidneys. And very gently using the bandha, the locks, by turning in the pelvis slightly forward. Continue to breathe in at our own pace, or breathing in to infinity. 8 counts in and 8 counts out. Very slowly, more or less, without attaching the mind to the numbers, but feeling the body, the soma, the consciousness of the body. 8 counts in, 8 counts out, more or less. And as we move our consciousness down the lower part of the body, we're going to perhaps go into more of the advanced breathing. It is a choice, which is 8 counts in, taking it down into the navel, into the Muladhara, into the area of creativity, and holding for 8 counts. And as we breathe out, taking it around the spine, 8 counts up to the top of the head, and cruising, relaxing for 8 counts. That would be the advanced breathing. If not, just go into the 8 counts in and 8 counts out, deepening, deepening. As we deepen into the navel and the kidneys, where we hold in the belt meridian, the center, we build up the primordial jing. And then we breathe in through the etheric umbilical cord, connected to the biological mother and father, and beyond to the divine mother and father. And breathing in the DNA in a spiral, the DNA that's coming in energetically into our navel, symbolizing the umbilical cord which connected us to the consciousness of incarnation. And here we can clear anything of the negative energies from the family we wish to clear, and drawing in the positive from the family lineage, from the ancestral lineage. And through timelines of beingness in our soul. And as we draw this in, we ground ourselves by eliminating all that we wish to eliminate this time in our next cycle of manifestation. And we breathe in into our organs of creation and recreating ourselves in this new cycle, whether it's our birth date or each day, acknowledging this power of recreation. And now taking it into our sexual organs, and between the sexual organs and our anus is the perineum, a special point also of manifestation. And now we pump up through the coccyx and the sacrum, where they're the foramens, the holes, where we weave together all this light, sunlight, moonlight, starlight, planetary light. And we weave through it. And in the yogic tradition, this would be activating the kundalini gently and allowing this light, this prana, this chi to go up the spine. First in a straight line through the center, the cerebrospinal fluids activating to the top of the head. But as we're doing that, we are weaving together the strands of light around the spine and activating the spine and all the ganglia of the nervous system to the top of the head, and allowing this light to go through all the nervous systems to the cellular structures of the body and to the top of the head now, and allowing this light to activate the brain through the pineal and pituitary glands and the third eye. And here you might feel a flash of light, color, an image, fractals of pixels. And taking that breath again down the center line, from the top of the head, straight down the center of the body, the sutratma, and through the point between the sexual organs and the anus, awakening, and straight down the earth, connecting with the center of the earth. And this in Qigong is the rooting, the earthing, the grounding, as we come, for example, in yoga into the mountain pose. And being aware of the center line, the sutratma now, getting stronger. We go beyond the top of the head and opening the crown chakra like a 1,000-petal lotus. And going through the spheres of light above the head, our soul spheres, and each one smaller, getting smaller and smaller, but equally luminescent, our soul spheres, as we access guidance, clarity, information from our soul essence. And going like spheres of light, and also the weaving of the Ida Pingala through the Sutratma, going up through this center line, weaving the strands of light in the center line, going to the source, beyond the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets, into space, and to source. And continue to breathe in this beautiful light that is us on the soul level. The blueprint going down straight line to the center from the top of the head, straight through the body into the earth. And allowing the strands of light to come through the body and weaving as Ida Pingala, going to all the nadis. And you can increase the biocircuitry by placing the tip of the tongue to the roof of the mouth. And let us just sit in the lotus flower that we are in, that is holding us, protecting us, in some silence of the soul. To enjoy our beingness. Be in yoga. And if there are mudras coming in, please allow this expression naturally. As our prana extends through our physical self into the void, into the yoga. With a gentle inner smile. And as we bring forth our expression through the voice, perhaps you would like to sound the 3 ohms. Oh. And if you like to feel the prana between your hands, the chi ball or the pearl ball, we can ascertain the prana we have just developed. And if you would like, bring the hands up into like a prayer position, into a seated tadasana, the top of the head, and bring that down, straight down the body, from the cosmos, from the source, tracing the center line, the sutratma, and feeling the Ida Pingala, all the figure 8s, all the strands of light going through the body in figure 8s in different whirls and swirls in circular motion, bringing this gesture, this mudra of honoring into the heart, to anahata, and smiling into the heart, the lips and the eyes. And then coming in gratitude as you say our thanks in gratitude, our friends. And opening the eyes gently and coming back and giving each other the sign of respect. So this is the Qigong way of offering that, or yoga. Namaste.
Beautiful, beautiful, as always. Yes, that was really life enhancing. Yes. Mm, mm, mm. You know, another topic I wanted to talk to you about is sound, the meditative qualities of sound and language. And I know you bring in these light languages. Tell us a little about that.
The light languages is actually another manifestation of our divinity, and it exists in all cultures. And actually, I like to learn more about in the yoga community because they are codified into mantras, right? But I wonder, yes, Dr. Goswami is nodding, would like to hear from that. But how much of it is spontaneous? Because in Qigong too, we have our mantra, we have the sutras, but also what is encouraged is a spontaneous flow from the throat chakra and allowing an expression that goes beyond human language. So these have been codified or just named light languages, angel tones, spontaneous languages, speaking in tongues, you know. So I actually would like to know more about that in the yogic tradition. So these are ways that we go beyond the ego, because the mantra is supposed to allow us to enter into a state through the vibrational field, right? Sound and light. So we brought light in, and the Om is of the sound of the cosmos. And also it brings in on a scientific level the nitric oxide into our physical self, and that's essential for the production of oxygen. Right, Dr. Goswami? I see him smiling. And so all this is wonderful. Like there was just a combination of that. And actually, I didn't come through with a light language, but I did it silently.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a possibility of just coming through that, and I feel it going through my body. I cannot repeat it. I cannot manufacture it, but only when it comes through spontaneously from spirit, from the divine. So I can't call it on, but I did do it silently because I've trained myself to do it quietly with people and situations that need this transmission. And I actually, let's say if it's come through right now, actually it's coming through, if I may. Just receive what is coming through. It is a transmission of sound. Inakushna kisne me ineke enakashno. Mahia kanakure kanakushna rakure kanake. Me ine kushna ta ine pina kushna kwe. Me ikni kushna tas. Na ea. So this is what came through, however you choose to receive it.
It's beautiful.
Receive it.
Thank you. Thank you. Ankul, namaste to you. It's so nice to see you.
Namaste. Yes.
Dr. Goswami.
Thank
I'm
you.
so grateful you were responding a lot, and I was feeling
Yes.
you also. And Mita and Alexa.
Maureen. Hi, Maureen. Yeah.
I think there's so much to learn from Dr. Wai-Ching Lee about the way she presented herself in making the presentation. Number one was the concept of the sound and the vibrations and how it merges with your whole body. The entire concept of the traditional system was to basically to work with the sound, and therefore there was nothing written initially. So everything was communicated with sound, and the sound was what is actually internally than externally created. So the entire system of vocabulary and words, etc., is an amazing field of work. Second thing is the codification. All the Vedas are codified concepts. And I thought initially you can just read Veda. It's a very easy thing. You can read page after page. In reality, every shloka and every word is actually codification in certain way, and you have to understand that. And unless it is guided, we really cannot understand it. So we realize that it is far more complicated than we think. So I do have my book on Vedas, just to be able to understand Veda as to how to really interpret it, because it's all codification and it's massive amount of mathematical work. This unbelievable amount of mathematics. So and how the codification has been done is absolutely baffling. There I've just got 2 books only to understand some of those shlokas which are given in the Vedas, just to understand the codes. So it is just phenomenal. Number three is, well, what you were talking about was the Sahasrara, the ultimate, what you call, element of consciousness and the realization. And I've met some of the people who have felt that. And it is unbelievable because they are in a totally different world. They are certainly transcendent beyond the body, and when they connect themselves to the entire universe. And of course, it's not my experience, but that is an observational experience by many who have gone through. I just wonder what exactly it is likely to be. But when it comes to concentrating to recognize yoga in the real sense, I fail personally. I fail in the very first 2 parts, and that is to get yourself into niyama, how you go to, and you go to cleanse yourself from all the internal bad thoughts and all external environment, and how you got to be regularizing yourself. And these 2 things are the essential part of the yoga. And when I went to the yoga school in Delhi for the first time to say that, please teach me some yoga, I want to make myself fit. And the yoga teacher, he looked at me and smiled and laughed. He said, no, you've got a long way to go. I said, now I look back and think, I said, oh yes, that was so stupid of me to go and do that. But it's unless you are very internally cleansed, you have got a clean thought and a clean mind, you really cannot proceed to the yoga first bit. And that's the first step. So when Suresh ji was talking today about yoga, I was reminded of those very things.
Thank you, Dr. Anukul. Dr. Whiting, it's always so fabulous to have you. Your knowledge is tremendously so good, and the way you articulate the things is also remarkable. And I love the concept where you connect things so nicely, and your flexibility, not only of your body, your mind, and your spirit, is really very astounding. And I really love that. In fact, the quantum chi, exactly. So it's the same era in Pingala that's moving.
And the infinity quantum qigong is a spinal qigong. I can't demonstrate it here, but it is a spinal qigong.
I have seen your videos, in fact, when Sharon had shared with me, and the way you were moving, I could sense that energy in your mind and the level of that enhanced spirituality that you hold at that level that makes your body move. And that's what is the chi that was traveling. And you were able to explain without any words. I don't think so that you need any words to explain that, because your movement yourself has a lot of words that added those sounds that are unheard, but yet they are remarkably heard to a person who understands this. So
Oh my goodness.
it was
Thank you for
really great.
poetry, Amrita. It's poetry.
It is.
Yeah, it's nice because that's what exactly I felt. I have never got time to tell Sharon about what I feel. And I always told her, like, if I have a voice, I would have definitely said this thing. But this is what is my feeling from inside what I feel. And that's what yoga holds, that there's so much tremendous amount of information. And what Dr. Anukulji said is also very right. When I studied for the first time Ayurveda, I was like, what are these things in Sanskrit? What are they talking? Why are they talking about so many simple things about sun, moon, wind, and air and space and everything, but now I realize there's a lot more in that, and that's what is the chi that they want to talk about, that's what the prana they want to talk about, that's what the oj they want to talk about. And it's all about yoga, it's all about connecting, it's all about the connections that we hold from inside, and that connection that they have experienced in the legacy of all that we are carrying, and we want the world to carry with it, so that there is harmony all over every time wherever we are. Actually, let's have a quick word from Maureen, who always charming, and she's always with us. Global namaste to you, Maureen, and your message for today's episode before we wind up. Over to you.
Well, I'm just sitting in awe, basking in the brilliant hearts and the joy and the feeling of privilege to be here. And especially with my dearest friend, Sharon, just and all of you, it's just such an honor to be here and feel, myself as that cell in the body of greater humanity as one with. So I just feel blessed and I'm grateful. And I don't have too much more to say. I'm just grateful. Yeah, and happy birthday, Sharon. I'm just so happy you're in Boulder. And congratulations on all of your continuous awards. My goodness, wow. And one of these days we will catch up in the perfect flow. So I'm so grateful to spend time in your presence. Uh, Dr. Wai Ching Ling Lee, and I'm just feeling the resonance so strongly. And yeah, all of you, whether you have your picture in your Zoom box or not, your energies exude, and we're interconnected in our beautiful heart space that is just such a joy. So I'm so thankful to be able to say hello and thank you and congratulations and thank you and happy birthday and thank you and
Thank
much
you,
much
Maureen.
love. I'm just full. I'm full of joy.
Yeah.
So thank you for having a birthday, Sharon, and thank you for each of you. Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much. That's my last
Thank you,
word. Thank
Maureen.
you.
Thank you. Your last comments, Alexandra, before we wind up, and then we have comment from Kailashji and Mitaji and Lataji. Over to you, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Maureen, for these words and watching. That was amazing. I will rewatch this and really listen. And Sharon, happy birthday. And I want to ask, what was the name of your mother? She gave birth to you so that we can honor her and the legacy.
Her name was Paula Renee Bruntfine.
Paula. So we'll think of Paula today. And thank you for being here with us, Sharon, on this special day for you and for guiding us, inspiring us, and just being there, constant support and bringing amazing people to the healing our earth, to this interconnectedness, as Maureen said, that we are always interconnected in this positive way. Thank you.
That reminds me that we must also be thankful to Neil Kumar, whose birthday was just the day before. And just because of his hard work, endeavors, and his support, we all are together on the screen and in our lives. And so many hundreds and thousands of people get energized by that humble soul. And may this world and in the other worlds we keep meeting together with our good karmas and good works. And God bless him. And we are blessed to have him in our life as our founder and director of Healing Our Earth. So all our wishes from everybody from the heart, and much love to him and blessings to all of us. from all of us, sorry, to him. And I think it is the souls, beautiful souls like you and Sharon and a lot more we have on the screens, that our lives is pretty beautiful, and we are thankful to God to be blessed with these humble energies that enlighten us in the way and the parts of our life that give us a guidance to live our life. And also um, I also like one of the very beautiful aspects of Neil Kumar. He's always wishing everyone on everything, little things in his life, which is a very wonderful quality that I've learned from him. And I think this is very nice. So your last minute comment, Dr. Meeta ji and Lata ji and Dr. Kailash, please. Over to you, Dr. Kailash, first, before we wind up.
So first of all, very happy birthday, Sharon.
Thank you.
Honestly, like Amrita, you say, you're looking so youthful, so happy, and I just pray that when I'm in my 70s, I look as good as you as well. You're a real inspiration. So thank you for coming to our lives. And I think somebody said, thank you for being born. I think it was Dr. Wai Ching Lee said, thank you for being born on this earth. So yeah, gratitude to you. Also, as Amritaji said, thank you and big happy birthday to Neil Kumar. I've not been able to say it in person to him, but I hope he'll watch this episode and see our appreciation for everything he's done. He's brought the whole world together, and beautiful souls like you. I feel I've got a beautiful family now. It is amazing. So thank you, Neil Kumar, from the bottom of my heart. I want to say thank you to Dr. Wai Ching Lee. That meditation, I was actually in tears, and I've been like, about just this chest infection. So I was listening to what Sharon was saying about this lotus thing, the flowers. I'm going to practice that, but it just made me lighter today for some reason, because I've been going through it for 2 weeks. My voice is still not back, but that was so beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And hello, Maureen. I think I've seen you before, but your beautiful smile always lights everything up and makes me so happy. So thank you, everybody, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Goswami, as well. We through this global platform, we've connected and we're neighbors, and we'd like to sort of connect with you more and do some wonderful work for healing our earth as well. Thank you, Amritaji. Thank you, Lataji, Mitaji, and Alexandra, and Nishit Kumar, and everybody that's here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Radhaji, your message and your comment.
Yes. Our hearts are really overwhelmed with thanks and gratitude to Neil Kumar and Sharon Rose and Maureen and Meeta Ji, Uncle, Dr. Wai Ching, Alexandra, and Amrita, all these beautiful souls here, Kailash and Nishit. You're the star of the show. Without your Zoom, this wouldn't be possible. So, we could be here all week giving our tribute and thanks. And that's what life's all about being grateful and being connected to wonderful human beings, and to walk on this earth with these wonderful souls side by side, and grow and enrich our lives with the wealth of information that they convey to us and heal us. And if we allow it to heal us, like the meditation, Dr. Waichi, I am so in awe with you. You are so humble, so humble. You have done some magnificent things, just like Sharon has. And yet you're so humble. And, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
And you stay
Thank you
so
so
young as well. All in that same vibration, I think, isn't it, Amrita?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Meetaji, your last minute comment. And Sharon, then I would request you to wind up with a mantra. Yeah.
Global
Please,
namaste,
Meeta.
everyone. Yeah. And very happy, many happy returns of the day, Sharon, to you, I hope you enjoyed your birthday. You're still enjoying. What's the time over there? Maybe 8 hours behind, so around 10:35 or something.
11:35.
11:35. Okay. So yeah, I hope you have got big plans with your family, with your
I have
grandson.
lots of plans.
Yeah, and yeah, it's this is such a nice program because we all are in a hustle and bustle of life, and this is what brings us back to our roots. And as Anukulji said, the Vedas are coded, and one of the things I remembered was Nada Brahma, that means the sound which we have given to this program as well is going to be staying forever. Sound is energy which will be staying in the Brahmand, or the universe, the galaxies, everywhere forever. And a very happy birthday to Neil Kumar as well. I'm sure he's celebrating somewhere, but without him, we wouldn't have got connected. So his gentle, kind nature has, as someone was saying, Amrita was saying, that he doesn't forget anyone's birthday, even Amrita's son's birthday. He didn't forget his birthday as well. So yeah, he is very thoughtful, very caring, very much connected with healing our earth. He wants to see this grow. He wants to see this go beyond his imagination. So many happy returns to both of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mitaji. Sharon, it's time to wind up. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. So this is my 77th year, which is a magical number, prime number, and it's 11/7, so I have 2 prime numbers. And my inspiration this year, because I'm going out into the world at a level with the film and the 2 music albums that I have not before. So that's to inspire all you women that I feel like I'm just beginning at this age. So I'd like to do a mantra for my beloved Durga, because it's Durga's energy that is there to carry me through all of the challenges and, give me the Shakti to really stay in that center line, in that grounded, aligned place. So it goes, Om Shrim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Om Shrim Dum Durgaye Shakti Bhairavye Namaha. Om Shanti to you all. We'll see you next week.